content. Content and co-authorship in climate change policy response narratives. Before we start, I'd like to thank each and every person for coming and attending, people from different private as well as government. And at the moment, I'd like to hand over to our DVC of Research, Innovation and Outreach, Professor Vincent Onyera from Kenyatta University. This conference is organized together with Kenyatta University, the Department of Spatial and Environmental Planning and Sustainable Leverage Africa. So I'd like to invite the DVC VO, Professor Vincent Onyera, to give us his opening remarks. Thank you. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia, distinguished conference delegates, members of parliament who are joining us this afternoon, government representatives of member states, Nigeria, Namibia, Uganda, Kenya, and beyond, faculty members. I've acknowledged the chair of the Department of Spatial and Environmental Planning, Dr. Patricia Mwangi, distinguished students, delegates, good afternoon, hamjambo. I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you to Kenyatta University, and those who are joining us from outside Kenya, welcoming you to Kenya, and to welcome you to this well thought out as a conference. The theme of the conference is Africa's Unique Climate Agenda, with the aim of prioritizing Africa's context, content, and co-authorship in climate change policy response narratives. As Kenyatta University, we are very pleased to be hosting this conference that has brought together expertise from both public and private entities, scholars, practitioners, as well as early career researchers and students. As a university, we take dissemination of research outputs very seriously because we believe in the power of knowledge. We believe in the power of information. And as such, we are driven by our philosophy as a university, which is sensitivity and responsiveness to societal needs and the right of every person to knowledge. Therefore, the gathering this afternoon could not have come at the right time, especially when the world is faced with serious challenges emanating from climate change. We are seeing drought. We are seeing an effect of this climate change on flora and fauna. The food prices are skyrocketing. The availability of commodities is skyrocketing. We are faced with a challenge which requires dialogue. We are faced with a challenge which requires research. We are faced with a challenge which requires innovation. And most importantly, we are faced with a challenge which requires partnerships and collaborations so that we can save the planet. As we continue with this conference, there are certain key points to ask ourselves when discussing the climate change agenda for Africa. One, why should we prioritize discussions on climate change today more than ever before? Why should this be an issue today more than ever before? Why Africa stands a better chance to bargain on all international meetings and agreements if we have a climate change agenda? Is Africa ready for that dialogue at the international space, given an opportunity? Do we know or understand exactly what we want for Africa and for Africans? Are we ready for that dialogue? What is the role of the academia? What's the role of the universities and research institutions in driving the climate change mitigations, especially on the global stage? Are we ready for it? Are we ready for that discussion? How all industries will benefit, including the sports industry. My background is exercise and sports science, and I've done extensive research on Kenyan runners and how the environment plays a role in supporting a healthy, active lifestyle, including sports excellence. So how all industries will benefit in the sports industry when Africa's climate agenda is specific with applicable and affordable solutions? Are the industries ready for this discussion? Are the industries ready to collaborate and partner with the academia so as to come up with creative, innovative solutions towards addressing the challenges of climate change in Africa? Can Africa stand on its own and say, this is what we want to do for Africa, by Africans, in an African way? Is it possible that we can put the begging bowl aside and start weaving homemade and homegrown solutions to climate change challenges facing Africa? I'm therefore very excited, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to really thank the school and the department especially of spatial and environmental planning for putting together a team of expertise from across the world to discuss a very topical matter, an important matter that poses a serious threat to the existence of mankind. With those many remarks, I really want to wish you all the best, even as I declare this conference on climate change officially opened. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. My name is Collins Tugumisirize, working with Leverage Africa. We are a public policy consulting firm based in Uganda, Kampala. We're also happy to be part of this discussion. We also work with international agencies like the UN, like World Health Organization, and the UNEP, United Nations Environment Program. We are glad to partner with the university in working on discussing this subject of Africa, because we find that very little has been done in local research as to what Africa's position is. And so because the West and donors are funding most of the climate change discussion, we find ourselves driving their opinions and their agenda. And therefore, when you ask for local content, local context, it's difficult to get an opinion because we don't care much. But also why we want this not just to be the beginning, but something that is deeply entrenched in universities as well as in the public service, is because climate change now has been packaged as the basis for driving economic policy. Is now the basis for driving social policy. Is also the basis for driving political agendas. If you observe, just like during the period of the pandemic, it was the public health that was driving the economic policy, driving the political policy, driving the social policy. Now climate change is taking over that role. And recently, the European Union Parliament had a debate about Uganda's climate change, how our investment in petroleum is not mitigating climate change factors or consequences. And therefore they resolved that the EU countries should pull out their funding and should not participate in the European Union. So we noticed that the European Union, as far as they are, can pass a resolution about an investment taking place in a country like in Africa, like Uganda. And because most of the money comes from European countries, it becomes an effect. Yet this investment had an environmental impact assessment before it was passed, before the investors committed their money. It had all this environmental mitigation for over 7 years. This planning was going on. And now there is a resolution criminalizing that the investment is not satisfactorily going to mitigate environmental consequences. So you can tell that other nations, their perspective to environment can affect our matters. Another reason why we would like to see this discussion go very far is that there are various ways of various solutions coming up. For instance, in Bill Gates's book that he published in February 2021, he proposes to governments saying that governments should stop the cultivating of animals, because animals produce a lot of carbon dioxide. And therefore, they have created a solution, synthetic beef, they call it, and synthetic meat, milk, which will be produced in a laboratory, has more nutrients, and therefore there's no need for farms, goats, cows, things like that, because they pollute the environment. And so and they have support from the EU, the UN to advance this program. So it won't be long, it will be here. In fact, another part of it is that we should start cultivating cockroaches into farms because they don't affect the environment. And you might have seen Kenya's Lupita, the movie star, promoting it online. So these ideas are coming to Africa, and they're going to affect the socio-economic fabric. People who depend on cattle keeping, people who depend on milk and other factors. So if we don't have our own strategy and our own stand, and which is very important to come from local researchers and policymakers and as well as government players, we will soon find ourselves overridden with finance and all these kind of things, because remember, we are indebted. Finally, a commitment was made by the rich countries in 2009, where they said that since the rich countries are responsible for polluting the global environment, the ozone layer, they committed $100 billion annually for Africa as a grant to mitigate climate change effects. However, ever since then, they are now debating on how to give the money. They say it's difficult to give Africa grants. It's easier to give us more loans. So they are still trying to figure out how can they give us this 100 billion. Every time COP meets, they're saying, can you tell us how far? We are still not sure how to send the money. It's difficult to send money to Africa. But if it is a loan, we'll give you another loan. Meanwhile, Africa is paying loans. So they already admit that their factories and industries are responsible for the floods we are facing, the disasters we are facing, climate disasters. But they are finding it very difficult to contribute to the mitigation.
Yeah. All the hotels in that area, people are complaining. You have to pay prior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why people are complaining. Yeah.
There's no remedy for that now that you're talking to them.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, Jeremy, kindly mute. Kindly mute.
okay, thank you. So it's already clear that Africa does not have a bargaining chip. We are already highly indebted to the rich countries. We are struggling to pay the loans we should pay, but yet there are conditions to give us any investment is that we have to comply to their climate change agenda, and yet the grants promised cannot be given. And so we are in a dilemma because we don't have a position, and yet there are natural ways in which we can mitigate this. There are artificial ways and other ways in which we can deal with this climate change issue, but we don't have a position. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those remarks, I'm happy to be here. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Collins, for giving us that introduction. Without further ado, I would invite Amos to begin his presentation. Before we go that, I would like to introduce them, each and every individual. So before that, Amos, kindly take over.
Thank you, Patricia, and thank you, Kenyatta University and Leverage Africa for organizing this space. I've already started benefiting from these discussions from Professor Onywera's remarks and indeed Collins' remarks. I'm happy that Collins already started looking at issues of energy. That's what we work on mostly. So my name is Amos Wemanya. From PowerShift Africa. PowerShift Africa is a think tank based in Nairobi, by working across Africa on issues of research, advocacy, and communications on energy transitions, but also climate action in Africa. We amplify voices in different spaces, but also work with various actors to be able to develop.
How do you do? I do well. And yourself?
Hello, if you're not speaking, kindly mute. Yeah, I was saying we amplify various voices, but also work with various actors, developing common positions, and also strengthening Africa's capacity to engage in different spaces, especially on issues of climate justice. So today I'm very happy, and I must begin by saying that actually climate change is no longer a story of when or how. The crisis is with us now, and every community and sector of the economy is feeling the devastating impacts of the climate crisis. Despite decades of calls to reduce dependence on fossil fuels and transition to clean energy,
I think we've lost Amos. We're getting in touch with Amos. He should be joining back shortly. So as Amos prepares to join in, if you have any questions for any of the panelists, kindly feel free to type them in the chat and we'll read them. And if you have any questions, kindly feel free to raise them. So as Amos prepares to join in, I think I can request Leonida Odongo. Just a brief introduction for Leonida Odongo. She's a social justice activist and community organizer from Kenya. She holds a BA degree in sociology and political science from the University of Nairobi. And she also organizes community action through an initiative called Haki Nawiri Africa, which focuses on food justice, climate justice, gender, and youth engagement. She's also a co-chair of the SEED Working Group and a member of Climate Action Group at the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. So Leonida.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I hope I'm audible enough for everyone. You can all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So basically what I'm going to be talking about is the architecture in terms of food-related policies within the African continent, but also looking at the interconnectivity between climate change and food, because right now Africa as a continent is facing a lot of challenges in relation to food and climate. And we are seeing the droughts, for example, we are seeing flooding, we are seeing death of livestock. You're finding that even the most resilient animals, such as camels, are dying. And that really communicates a very dangerous, we are at danger zone. And of course, also linking this to the latest IPCC report also sounded an alarm for Africa. And of course, the most recent SOFI report, status of world food, also showed that the bulk of the people who are hungry, who are malnourished, come from the African continent. Could you, Dr. Patricia, could you share my screen, please? So in relation to this, we need to interrogate, for instance, how do our policy look like, and who makes decisions for us as far as policies is concerned? And as we can see in the situation of Kenya, for instance, we find that right now there's the lifting of the genetically modified organisms ban, and what we're being told is that this is going to address food insecurity, but in reality, this is going to be about intensified use of fertilizer has gone down. So this means that in essence, farmers are being encouraged to start using fertilizers en masse. But the question is GMO going to address, is GMO really going to address our food in Kenya, but also across Africa, delving into as we move forward in this conversation. Next slide, please. if you look at issues around climate change, the most recent things that have been happening within the African continent and of course closer home in Kenya, we've seen desert locusts. We all need to be aware that there's a relationship between emergence of desert locusts and climate change. And we're finding that this is something, the last desert locust situation we had in Kenya was 70 years ago. And the fact that now the country, as a country and as a continent, we are suffering a lot of extreme events. If you can see the situation of Mozambique, they had Idai coming and being followed by another storm. You're seeing, like, for instance, flooding, the flooding that was happening in South Africa, leading to schools being closed, leading to infrastructure such as roads being swept away, and people becoming climate-induced, internally displaced persons. And in a country, for example, in our country, Kenya, we have IDPs in places like Baringo who are, have to run away from their home because of climate-related, clashes as herders move around looking for pasture for their animals. We are seeing, for instance, physical climate-related events like earth tremors. You're all aware of the flooding that happened in Baringo area, and so many schools, over around 24 schools had to be closed. Hotels, lodges had to be closed, and this, of course, affects people's sources of income. Next slide, please. And we are seeing also a lot of techno fixes. Dr. Move to the next slide, please. We are also seeing a lot of techno fixes that are being pushed, and all this is being said that it's going to address or cushion communities from climate crisis. For example, what I want to point out is the fact that with climate change, no entity is left unaffected. It affects indigenous people. You all remember of the incidences where Kenyan herders had to cross to Tanzania, and the animals got confiscated, and they had to pay because the late president said that Tanzania is not grazing grounds for cattle. And of course, with this, we are also seeing instances of loss of indigenous varieties as people adopting technology, biotechnology more and more. Indigenous varieties, for example, the zebu, are obviously going to get contaminated in these processes. And of course, with all this, we are seeing a lot of gross human rights violations. We've had cases of where there's banditry, people lose their lives, people lose their sources of livelihood. And as you know, for pastoralists, when you talk about animals, that's actually their source of identity. It's not only about their source of income, but it also their cultural identity as a people. Next slide, please. And of course, there's the other thing we are seeing that is also linked to climate crisis, especially in industrial agriculture. We are seeing a lot of corporate capture in terms of our food systems. And of course, with this corporate capture, the other thing we are seeing, there's a lot of investment, for example, in research. And you are seeing a lot of the funding, of course, as the previous speaker also acknowledged, the funding for this research is coming from elsewhere. And of course, whoever controls your research it actually means that you are going to be doing what they want. And you are seeing a lot of this research is geared towards one, it can be creating markets for industrial products that are coming from the West. You're seeing a lot of gene drives. You saw what was happening in West Africa about gene mosquitoes. You're seeing now the push for biotechnology. And of course, within the African Union, what we are seeing is a lot of harmonization, for example, of seed-related legislation. And with this, of course, the technology that is coming up is not technology that is actually appropriate for the people because it's made outside and exported into Africa. And the other thing we are seeing, for example, is that what is getting into Africa, nobody really cares whether is it good for the people. You've seen in airports, there's always a lot of farm produce being rejected because of chemical residues in those food, and then this food ends up into our markets, and of course we end up consuming that. And there's also the push for agribusiness, investment in agribusiness. And this is coming with, of course, technology. It's also with techno-relating. A lot of people are being told now come together, form cooperatives, be getting financial loans. What we are seeing mainly is that some people are getting these loans, they don't even know, they don't even have a financial plan, or they don't even know how they're going to pay it back. And people are losing land because of some of these, the so-called technology that's coming into the continent. And of course, this is also linked to elements such as land grab that's happening in the continent. And next slide, please. And if we look at injustices that are related to food, and this is linked to the policy agenda, what we are seeing for the continent, there is rising cases of hunger, of course, malnutrition, and then of course, you're seeing a lot of techno fixes, as I already talked about. And another thing that's happening is disappearing seed varieties. Before the onslaught of industrial farming, we used to have a lot of indigenous seed varieties in the continent. But right now, what we are seeing is that they are disappearing, and the few that are left are becoming very, very expensive. And this can be traced to the contamination that is being created by biotech companies, because biotech does not create its own product. What they do is that they take what is already there, already indigenous, and after taking what is indigenous, some background noise, they take up, okay, sorry for that. They take up what is indigenous, and after taking what is indigenous, they actually, convert them within their labs and come up with other things. And there's a lot of course, there's a lot of misinformation. For example, you're told that when you grow these products, they're going to mature very fast and you're going to have a lot of bumper harvest. They place the emphasis on profit instead of placing the emphasis on people's health and people humanity. So it's all about what I can say about our policies. They're all driven in terms of making profit, and these are not profits for African countries. Basically, they are profits for the transnational corporations that are based in the West, and they're using Africa as a marketing grounds, as a new frontier that they are using to make money for themselves and to continue enriching themselves. Next slide, please. So if you ask ourselves, what is a sustainable healthy diet? And I quote, according to the FAO and the World Health Organization, they say that sustainable healthy diets are dietary patterns that promote all dimensions of an individual's health and well-being. So when you talk about our policies, they ought to be anchored on sustainable healthy diets. And of course, the aspect of environmental pressure ought also to be looked into. When you look at industrial farming, they don't care about what happens to the environment. All they care about is how much are we producing and how much money are we making. So they don't talk about regeneration. They don't talk about ensuring that people are living in healthy environments. And contradictorily, you find that many constitutions across Africa talk about the right to a healthy environment. So the question is, if the policies are not supporting healthy environments, then why do you adopt food systems that don't actually ensure that your population, your citizens are actually healthy? Next slide, please. And just a quick look at our current food production system. Of course, there are social inequalities. If you talk about issues around women and land ownership, you find that Africa is very patriarchal, and you find that in many cases, women are only have user rights, they don't have control rights, and you find that women are doing the bulk of the work as far as food production is concerned. Of course, there's the aspect of the triple burden of malnutrition. We have rising cases of hunger. We have micronutrient deficiencies, and that's why now people are being told to take supplements. So they're making, instead of, and of course, we've also seen rising cases that are very much on the rise. And of course, even children, very young children, are having such diseases. And of course, there's the aspect of biodiversity loss. We're losing a lot of biodiversity, and this is linked to the type of agriculture that we're adopting. Water pollution, you recently heard of the fish that was dying on Lake Victoria, and they had to be tested to see what was the reason. And then, of course, there are rising global emissions, and this is also traced to industries coming from the West and coming to, operate in Africa, because in Africa we have lax regulation, and so they can have a field day when they come to Africa. And of course, we are also seeing the aspect of unsustainable use of natural resources. People are cutting trees, people are destroying water towers, and of course, they are making it look like something that is normalized, which should not be the case. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, of course, I've already spoken about the corporate capture of our food systems. You're seeing drones are being used to determine, for example, land moisture and things like that. We're not against technology, but you're actually against technology that deprives, first of all, disrespect indigenous knowledge, and also removes farmers from their land and removes farmers from their soil. One example I can give is when you have like contract farming, you find that some companies, they give you all the chemicals and you sign a contract. So it means that you cannot produce any other food, for instance, on that land as long as you have the contract. And you find that farmers who are supposed to be the ones who are feeding the world are actually what was happening by an American company in a place called Chadondo. I know my pronunciation is not the best in terms of the name, but that was happening in Uganda, and these farmers were being evicted from their land to pave way for a transnational company to come and operate in the area. Next slide, please. And of course, one thing I want to emphasize is that this techno fixes being pushed by industrial companies, and they also influence our policies. They talk to our government and they influence them. And sometimes these policies, for example, when you talk about harmonization of seed policies within the African Union, you find that when these decisions are being made, civil society, farmers are not in these spaces. So decisions are being made at the exclusion of farmers. But you find many constitutions talk about public participation, people's voices, but in essence, what they are doing is not public participation. And one thing I just want to point out is that governments are always talking about food security at the expense of food sovereignty. Food security is about the food being available. The food can be there, but the question is, if a person cannot be able to, does not have money, will they be able to have the food? You can go to a supermarket, all types of food. Nowadays, we have supermarkets selling cooked food. The food is available, but can you afford it if you don't have money in your pocket? If you go there and you take the food and you say, I took it because I was hungry, it becomes a legal case, you're going to be taken to court. And so for us, for example, as an organization, we are pushing for food sovereignty, where food producers are at the center of decision making. Food producers can be able to control distribution. They can be able also to control the pricing of their food. Because if about food security, the food is left in the hands of private sector. They're the ones who determine, the forces of supply and demand. They're the ones who determine how much the food is going to cost. Like right now, families are suffering because, for instance, the price of sugar has really skyrocketed. Why is this happening? Because it's left in the hands of supply and demand. So when you talk about food sovereignty, you'll find that the farmers can be able to determine the price. That there's decision making, there's consultation. But in terms of food security, it's about the market demands. What does the market want? And the market that controls everything. And this also creates a space for hoarding of products. Basic goods disappear, and then after some time they come back at very, very high prices. Next slide, please. And then, of course, I want to emphasize that in our policies, food sovereignty ought to be the ultimate vision in terms of ensuring, because we talk about 70 to 80% of African countries being agricultural countries. So the question is, why should our policies be anchored on what is happening outside? Why should we create, food systems that are aimed at satisfying, countries in Europe, countries in the Latin America, and all that, and produce what we do not consume? For example, you find that countries are exporting a lot of, a lot of industrial products at the expense of feeding their own nation, and people end up hungry. And this is also part of the reason why food becomes very, very expensive, because there is less food to consume. Next slide, please. I'm almost winding up. So the crux of the matter is, the question is it possible to have an Afrocentric food policy? What are some of the things that we ought to do? One thing I want to point out that is very possible. First of all, we need to start by looking, identify what are our issues, what are our challenges, so that when we come up with solutions in terms of our food, we come up with solutions that are geared towards solving the problems that we have, and not geared towards solving the related challenges of the West, ensuring that people are eating healthy food while our own people are eating healthy products. What we need to look at current approach that we have in terms of how do we make our policies. Often they are exclusionary, they're so how about starting to try looking at solutions to our problems, trying talking to our people, consulting the farmers. Many farmers are looking at people who have gone.
As we wait for Leonida, this was very, very helpful information and background. I'd like to ask a few questions to the participants. Thoughts that I pick up from the presentation. Europe and Asia are the biggest food buyers, biggest market for Africa. They buy our exports goes to them, especially from agricultural produce, and therefore most of our income, economic income, comes from them, foreign exchange. In a way, one or another, we depend on them because they set the standards for the product that we sell to them, meaning how that product is farmed, the seed, the process, and things like that. We can't sell them our cassava. We have to choose what they are looking for. So I'd like to know what can be done to make a shift from depending on that export, perhaps to create a bigger inter-regional, inter-African, intercontinent or regional market, food market that can outcompete our food exports to Europe and Asia. The second question, is there an African community, an example of an African community that has been able to mobilize themselves to resist these corporate imperialists, like say the Bill Gates and whatever companies they are, that are bringing in, taking over either the seed market or fertilizer or buying land, taking over people's land through debt? Is there any community that has been effective at pushing back so that we can learn some lessons from their resistance or their campaign strategy in pushing back at this? The other third question I'd like to ask is, is it possible to increase the value of our indigenous food species, seeds, legumes, roots, perhaps in the medicinal or dietary areas, to increase their value proposition so that we are not cornered so that we can build a market in Europe, build a market in Asia, in a way we invade Europe, invade Asia, and show them, say, organic, introduce to them organic options of our seeds, our food produce, our types, our, like in Uganda, we have big pineapples that are juicy. But when you take them to Europe, they say they don't meet the standard because they're too big. They don't fit on the shelves. And yet they are sweeter, they are juicier. So is there where we can start to win over that market, the consumer market in Europe and America and Asia, so that they are now the ones demanding from their supermarkets specific, what you may say, specifications, specifying that we want, say, the Uganda pineapple, we want, say, the cassava, we want and no longer what their supermarkets or their companies dictate. Those are the few questions I have. Thank you.
I think Leonida is back.
Yes, I'm sorry I got cut off. Sorry for that.
Would you be able to comment on probably one or two of the, I guess you met when about the second question was being asked. Would you have a comment on either of them?
Yes, okay. The question on whether it's possible to add value to our indigenous crop, indigenous species. What I want to say is that that's very possible, especially if we start investing locally. And the biggest challenge that farmers face, for instance, in food production is a lack of funds. And of course, there's always the aspect of lack of, because they depend on rain-fed agriculture. If we invest in a food system where we are able to provide water for farmers, they can actually be able to produce adequately, because sometimes they're told, if we give you an order, you may not be able to produce in bulk that we want. So there's need to start looking at how can we provide, for example, farmers who are unable to have access to water. How can we be able to provide them with that? And of course, the other thing will be to build the capacity of farmers in terms of utilizing technology to add value in Kenyan supermarkets. They're having crisps that are made of cassava. This is something that crisps was also only known to be coming from potatoes, but now it's coming from cassava. It's also coming from sweet potatoes. So I think the academia can also come in terms of capacity building and sharing knowledge with local communities. And the other thing in terms of whether it's possible in terms of having markets, I think we can, COVID-19 really confirmed to the world that the best food is the food that we can have available locally. And if we can be able to strengthen within the African continent, to strengthen our territorial markets, ensure that the food is available, the transport system infrastructure is working, because sometimes you find when it rains, markets disappear or roads disappear. So it becomes a challenge for farmers to take their food to the market. And then in terms of whether there is any entity that is working towards addressing corporate capture of our food system, I'd like to point out that there's a network called Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, and this brings together indigenous communities, pastoralists, fisher folk, smallholder farmers, youth, and women. And they're anchored on what is called agroecology, where you produce food that is in tandem with the environment. You understand your climate, and you don't use chemical additives on your food. And this is as a movement, this is really strong because it's present in all the African countries. And at the moment, what the movement is working around 4 pillars. One is seed sovereignty, and this is all about saving indigenous seeds and farmers exchanging their seeds. There's the land working group, which looks at issues around soil fertility. What can you do as a farmer to bring back your soil fertility? Because overuse of chemicals is really affecting the fertility of the soil. And what farmers are being told that you put as much chemicals as possible, but they are never told that these chemicals are going to have an impact on your soil. And of course, there's also now they have a campaign, an African-wide campaign called My Food is African, and all this is anchored on sustainable and healthy diets, and also interrogating policies at the continent and looking at having Afrocentric policies that can actually address the local problems that we have as a continent. I can share on the chat perhaps the contacts of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, the website, so, because they also have a lot of information, and they're also engaging on issues around climate change with the African group of negotiators. The last meeting was to lobby for agroecology to be part of the Africa's roadmap towards COP27. Thank you. Back to you, Patricia.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leonida, for that wonderful presentation. If you have any questions, you can always type them on the chat. Yes, we are recording and we'll make it available thereafter. So I'll now hand over to Amos. Amos had already started, we lost him before as he was speaking. So Amos is is a senior advisor with PowerShift Africa for renewable energy and just transition. He's been engaged in community climate resilience programming, environmental activism, and energy consultancy for over 10 years. So Amos, kindly continue.
Thanks so much, Patricia, and apologies everyone for the technical hitch. I had started speaking, then the internet went, but this is going to have been a blessing in disguise because it always feels very good to listening to Leonida. And I might borrow a few lines from Leonida's presentation. I had started by saying that despite many decades of asking countries to move away from fossil fuels, and thus oil, gas, and coal, because we all of us know this is the main cause of the crisis that we are in, climate change. Many countries are still insisting on fossil fuel, unfortunately. This has real and terrifying consequences. Across East Africa, the World Food Programme says that 19 million people in Kenya, Ethiopia, across East Africa, the World Food Programme says that 19 million people in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Somalia are on the brink of famine. Droughts caused by climate change, along with rising food prices due to a fossil fuel reliant energy system, have forced more and more people to become dependent on humanitarian assistance to meet their basic needs for survival. This, although Africa is not a major emitter of carbon, this is argued that Africa is not a major emitter but the demand for energy across the continent is growing. And this will require a major scaling up in energy production and access to meet the needs of about 1 billion people. So for us to meet the challenges of providing a decent life for every African and meeting the urgent challenges posed by the climate crisis, we will require a really breakthrough in how we think about development in Africa. Africa has a unique untapped potential to chart a different and more sound and sustainable development course than most other parts of the world, which are to varying degrees already stuck in maldevelopment and immense inappropriate infrastructure. For Africa, systemic change must take place if we are to address the climate crisis. For a long time, fossil fuel regime has failed to deliver on the promises of jobs, energy access, and revenue in Africa. Nigeria, Africa's biggest fossil fuel exporter, oil, has the largest energy access deficit in the world, even after over 65 years of oil exploration. Folks, access to clean energy is a key requisite for development. For a continent like Africa, where majority of the population do not have access to reliable, affordable, and cleaner sources of energy, access to energy should be a priority. But despite the challenges of energy access in Africa, we all know that Africa is blessed with abundant renewable energy resources. Africa's renewable energy potential is substantially larger than the continent's current and projected power consumptions, and therefore could easily meet the expected and necessary growth in energy services, help eliminate energy poverty, and power a green renewable-based economy. Here in Kenya, we have over 10,000 megawatt potential of geothermal. So the Kenyan economy could be powered entirely on geothermal. But nonetheless, fossil fuels, particularly gas, have recently garnered political attention. Many African stakeholders, including heads of state, have recently made a case for gas as a transition fuel. And of course, we have other African countries that are still looking at oil, like Uganda and many others. This situation is complicated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has been a wake-up call with European countries desperately seeking other sources of gas as are now turning to Africa to fill this gap. There is a real risk, friends. If you observe keenly the proposed energy infrastructure developments in Africa, it's mainly in the form of pipelines, like the East Africa crude oil pipeline. These pipelines are not meant to meet the energy needs of Africans. No wonder all of them head to the coast. The East African crude oil pipeline goes to the coast of Tanzania. So this means that this infrastructure is not going to be developed to end the energy poverty needs of Ugandans nor Tanzanians, but we are developing our energy systems based on the export pathway, which is very dangerous and for a very long time has left many Africans in a state of energy hunger. Friends, gas development in Africa will lock Africa in energy exports pathway and cement our energy poverty. This is beyond accelerating the already runaway climate crisis. So investing in fossil fuels and fossil fuel infrastructure such as the East Africa crude oil pipelines or gas pipelines that are being proposed in Senegal or in Mozambique risks leaving African economies with stranded assets and debts to repay. Of course, Europe right now wants to win off the Russian gas. It's coming to Africa saying, okay, look, there's a market here. We will buy your gas, but we are giving you a loan to build infrastructure to be able to supply us with gas. When we know very well, the world is moving away from fossil fuel energy systems. Soon, Europe will not be importing gas from Africa. They have recently developed a carbon border that bars any importation of products in Europe that have been produced on fossil fuels. So what does this say? Europe is funding energy infrastructure in Africa that's going to be redundant quite soon. The questions around energy ownership and sovereignty will never be answered by reinforcing and continued investment in foreign-owned energy systems. Who owns East Africa crude oil pipeline? It's not the people of Uganda. It's not private sector in Uganda. It's Total and many foreign multinational entities. So continued investment in fossil fuels infrastructure will only perpetuate colonial extractivism that has for a long time kept Africa in the state of underdevelopment. Folks, this calls for collaboration, and that's why forums like this are very important. Stakeholders are used to working in silos. There is a disconnect. Scientists speak their own language. Activists the same. Policymakers are looking at what the masses want to hear and not what is right for Africa. Journalists have mixed narratives and call it objectivity. Scientists, for example, will have statements like, we are on a trajectory of overshooting the 1.5-degree target. But what does that mean for Africa? Policymakers will come up and say, we want to build a pipeline to lower the cost of energy without interrogating how that is possible. Civil society groups, communities are suffering from impacts of climate change. We need urgent action. Journalists sometimes don't know how to communicate all these mixed messages anymore. That's why shared spaces like this one are very important in bringing us together to deliberate on what is fit for Africa. But we also need to have sustained platforms that brings together various actors to shape Africa's climate agenda. For instance, Africa needs a well-informed, science-based, evidence-based energy development grounded on a range of factors, including analysis of Africa's projected energy needs and demands, the causes of low energy access, and potential solutions targeted to addressing it, and the energy technologies and systems that are best placed to deliver rapid, cost-effective, low-carbon transition that meets Africa's energy needs and delivers on Africa and international sustainable development priorities, including Agenda 2063, Africa's Agenda 2063, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the Paris Agreement, of which all African countries are signatories to. Having such a strong evidence-based plans will require leadership from all actors. Today, Kenyatta University and Leverage Africa are convening us here. I appreciate this platform, and let's make it sustainable. Let's make this conversation sustainable, that we are engaging. And I like the mix of speakers. We have journalists, we have policymakers, we have academics, we have civil society represented. I think we need to continue having these interactions that we can systematically analyze and develop resilient systems that are locally owned. As I conclude, let me say that actions must be taken to rapidly roll out renewable energy systems powered by solar, hydro, and wind, owned by local communities. Colin was asking us about export-oriented systems development. I think that has failed Africa. We need to start looking at systems that are locally owned, that are sovereign from any external influence, that we need to start meeting our demands first, be it whether it's energy. We have so many people in Africa who do not have access to modern energy services. Whether it's food, we are always developing our food systems based on the market. When we have millions of Africans who are starving to death, when we still have millions of Africans who do not have access to reliable energy, I think it's time we start building our energy systems based on Africa's local needs. And Africa's local needs is ending many years of underdevelopment, building resilience among our communities to the climate crisis, being able to help Africans have access to reliable energy services, energy services that can power our schools, that can power our hospitals, that can power our agriculture. The clean energy revolution, folks, can drive climate resilience, strengthen food sovereignty by reinforcing homegrown agriculture through improved irrigation and cold storage. Let's find a way of communicating effectively among various actors, including communicating to policymakers by evidence. Recently, we had the African Union come up with a common position on enabling energy access and transition in Africa. But much of the technologies that were being proposed in that common positions are energy systems that have held Africa for a very long time in a state of energy poverty. I've already mentioned a country like Nigeria is the largest exporter of oil, but Nigerians don't have access to reliable energy services. It's ridiculous, but it needs all of us to come together to build a strong strategy, to come together to pool, including research, to be able to inform policymakers on what is appropriate for Africa. Colin was mentioning about promises of climate finance and technology transfer. That's true. We need to start asking those historical emitters who have made it impossible for Africa to be able to develop on any choice of energy source. Because even if Africa today wanted to develop on oil and gas, we do not have that climate space. Already at 1.1 degrees, temperature rise, we are seeing the drought, the floods, the chaos. Folks, if Africa was also to add fuel to the fire, Africa is already burning. We will be very much hit. We are very vulnerable. Those that have met us very vulnerable. Those that have met us not to have that space to be able to choose which energy source to utilize for our development must pay for it. In November, in less than a month, parties are meeting in Egypt on COP27 to discuss issues of climate. I'm happy that now the issue of loss and damage has been included on the agenda. Civil society has really fought to have that on the agenda, because some of the impacts that are happening right now, we might not be able to adapt to them, and we need compensation. But also we need to remind those that have put us in this situation that they have a responsibility, and it should not be seen as charity. It is a responsibility to make sure that Africa builds systems that will enable Africa to be resilient. Energy access is very important. Without energy access, we cannot access quality education. Without energy access, we cannot have quality healthcare. Without energy access, our agriculture cannot be optimal. So we need to make sure that our people have access to modern energy services. What are these systems that can make our people have access to modern energy services, most of which live in remote rural areas, that extending the central grid to them would be more expensive, but also not feasible? Renewable energy provides us with the option that we can have decentralized, distributed renewable energy systems, home solar systems, mini-grid, microgrids, that are powering communities to be able to help them be resilient, but also aid many years of underdevelopment, to be able to help them to prosper. Let's all of us learn from history that oil and gas have not helped Africa. Instead, they have fueled climate crisis that is biting us. It is time to build concepts and models, including narratives that will help Africa develop energy, food, and indeed all systems that are resilient to climate impacts and will help Africa end many years of underdevelopment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amos. I liked your presentation, and very, very knowledgeable and helpful in addressing the challenge we are facing on energy supply and access. I have a few questions for you, but let me first paint an analogy. This debate that has been going on between fossil fuels versus renewable energy. There's environmentalists who are saying there should not be any fossil fuels because of what we've seen with the global warming, clearly. And over the years, what the rich countries have done, coal as well as other things, and fuel and petroleum. Then there are those who are saying renewable energy and all these nice designs around it, hydrogen energy, the sunlight, the electricity from the dams, all these things. Now, my question, I want to paint a picture here. there are some who are, especially investors, who are saying that renewable energy is more like a beautiful girl who promises a lot of say satisfaction and productivity. You know, you see a beautiful girl, you say, if I have this one, I will be, you know, satisfied and more productive. But then you have that one, and then you are not producing it. You're not seeing the satisfaction, you're not seeing the productivity, you're not seeing the wealth, you're not seeing the money coming out out of this beautiful girl. And yet the first one that you had, the first wife you had, say like the fossil fuel, not so beautiful, but there was a level of satisfaction. There is evidence of productivity, wealth that entire economies have been built on. So you find that investors are struggling in that dilemma that on one hand, fossil fuels has evidence, is clear cut, is driving economic prosperity in many parts of the world. But yet renewable energy has all these promises and fantasies it gives us, but is failing to demonstrate cities, entire cities or nations that are being transformed. Some have explained it that there is sabotage going on from fossil fuel companies or so. But having said this, and I've used the picture of having two wives, the first wife being the fossil fuels, the second wife being renewable energy. Is there a way in which we can improve? I believe fossil fuels are polluting because of their inefficiencies. They have, say, 30, 20% efficiency. Is there a way to improve those efficiencies and deal with what causes the pollution from there? On the other hand, is there a way to reduce the cost of this beautiful, promising renewable energy, and promising us a lot, and we put a lot of money up front, and yet within a year or two, you don't see an entire economy running on renewable energy? That's the first question. The second question I have is, you've emphasized that we need to stick to science. You know, Africa is not as advantaged or competitive on the science front. Are there alternatives around natural ways of generating energy, reliable energy sources naturally, that we can use to power entire economies? And also, secondly, are there supernatural? When I say supernatural, you know, we have been seeing there's some history books that tell us the Egyptian empire that used to exist had the supernatural ways of creating energy from the sun that powered a lot of infrastructure and construction. And we also hear about this from other kingdoms, Babylon and the like. And Africa has a lot of, say, rainmakers. Whenever if they can create rain to help deal with the climate change and chant for us, or is there a way to develop supernatural ways, both for energy, for climate management, drought management, that we need to, because we have killed a lot of this aspect, and yet we are good at it. We can be competitive if we harness it. And in that regard, to draw lightning and create some energy and then, you know, run things. These are the two questions I have for you. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Collins. Unfortunately, I lost you at some point, but I'll address those that I've had. I'll begin with the science one. I think science is broadly defined, and when I speak to science, I speak also to indigenous knowledge. I think our people have a lot of indigenous knowledge. They understand the systems, and that's why in my address, I was talking about bringing together various actors, that we need all of us come together to understand where everyone is coming from. So in addition to the research that Kenyatta University will be undertaking, for example, on what are the best options in terms of cost benefit analysis on different energy sources and technologies. We also need to bring people in the room so that these people are also part of the discussion, because they will inform us and tell us what they need energy for. Probably if they need energy for schools, we might consider a different system than when they need energy for agriculture or when they need energy for healthcare. So everyone has to be in the room, context has to be brought in, and that way we share. And I really appreciate indigenous knowledge, especially when it comes to things like agriculture, the indigenous seeds, the practices that have kept our people for a very long time. Until now, we are having this crisis because we now want to modernize our systems. We want now to copy what is good for the West. And when you speak to our policymakers, they'll say, no country has ever developed without utilizing fossil fuels. But that was there. If you ask people a few years ago, they will tell you it's not possible to communicate without using fax and postal addresses and things. But now we are in a new era. So we can't still continue referring to things of the past. We need to embrace modernity, but also we need to learn from the past. So we can't really rubbish the past. It informs our current and future, but we also can only do that if we pick lessons. You mentioned something about fossil fuels problem being efficient. It's not efficiency. Fossil fuels are problematic. When you burn fossil fuels, they release carbon. And carbon is problematic. No matter how you put it, that, oh, we want to make it efficient, when you burn fossil fuels, you release carbon. And what is causing the problem that we are in is fossil fuels, burning fossil fuels to release that carbon. The solution is not using the same thinking that caused us into the problem. We need to redesign our systems. The systems that we have right now, they are built on extractivism, that we take resources from communities, we compensate them for land. You see, if we are going to build an energy system, be it renewable, that is taking resources from communities and not involving communities, it's going to have the same problems that the fossil fuel is having. So the problem sometimes is not about the fuel, it's about the system. And why do we advocate for renewables? We advocate for renewables because fossil fuel industry, the oil industry, is already entrenched. It's very hard to cut it. You see, if we were to develop oil in Uganda, we already have companies that are well known, Shell, Total, that are not African owned. But with the renewables, it gives Africa an opportunity to develop their own structures, develop their own companies, develop their own systems, to organize communities and say, look, we can develop a new system. So renewables offers us an opportunity to design a new system that is new. We can begin from a clean slate and say, look, we're now going to develop renewable projects based on the African agenda, not an agenda that Europe now wants African gas. Now they are bringing money. Now we develop pipelines for Europe. No. It's us sitting together and asking ourselves, what is going to make the people of Turkana have access to energy? So that when the droughts come, they are able to irrigate their fields and their animals can continue to graze without losing their livelihoods. So that is provided for with the renewables. You mentioned hydrogen. Green hydrogen is now providing a new avenue of now African leaders selling renewables, because they didn't know how to sell renewables. They already know how to sell oil and gas and coal. They didn't know how to sell sun and wind. Now they have found a new way of selling our sun and wind. They say, now let's use our solar power and our wind power to convert water into hydrogen, then sell hydrogen to you. That's problematic. That's what they are thinking right now, developing infrastructures that will enable them to sell hydrogen to you. Not developing industries that hydrogen will be able to power here, to produce green ammonia, for example, for our agricultural processes, to produce steel for our industries. They are thinking of how now they can ferry hydrogen to Europe. So any system that is based on export, I think is not good for Africa. And that's what has held Africa into a state of underdevelopment for a very long time. We need to start to rethink system that is based on Africa's own needs. Our people are suffering from droughts. How can we design systems that will help them overcome these drought events? How can we help them develop systems that can help them when the pests come, when the crops fail, they have systems that they can fall back to. That's what Africa needs. And this is not just in energy system. We need this even in food system. We need this even when we are developing our infrastructure. It has to be based on Africa's unique contextual needs.
Thank you, Amos. One more question. Are there plants or crops that are competitive in comparative to fossil fuels that can give us sufficient energy to substitute fossil fuels from the area of plants and crops or seeds from trees and the like? Secondly, there's some South Koreans who have developed some technologies to, having realized that the fossil fuel dependency is widespread. Even in Africa, the Juakali, the vehicles, the transport, if fuel goes up, the communities suffer, food prices go up and the like. So they've come up with technology. The company is called Plow My Eco. Plow My Eco. They've come up with a technology using some natural, they call them natural minerals compressed together to create some electromagnetic field that improves efficiency. And then when the burning happens, it produces water, moisture, and carbon dioxide. And then at the exhaust pipe, you can have something, a converter that can capture the carbon dioxide. So that now you only have mist coming out of the exhaust pipe and the carbon dioxide is captured and solidified. So, so I'd like to ask you, is there, just citing that technology, because they are already, the economy is already dependent on fossil fuels, are there other ways of ensuring that we mitigate the effects and improve the efficiency, or whatever, which other way we can improve that? And then secondly, the issue of crops, that is there sources, extracts that we can use to run alongside and can be very competitive, that soon people would prefer to use fuel from plants. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll begin with the biofuels, plant-based fuels. I think, in my opinion, that's problematic. We already have enough alternatives, and we are struggling with issues of food security. And if we are going to cultivate our farms that are very productive farms to be able to produce crops for fuel, I think that will be competing our fertile agricultural land. And in Africa, I think most areas are dry. So I think we have abundant sun already. We have geothermal. I think in Africa's context, let's leave this fertile land for food production so that we also deal with the problem of food security that we are facing. So this could be good, but it competes with the food systems. I think I wouldn't be a big proponent of that. About capturing carbon, I think the trees are already doing that. I don't know why people are struggling too much to come up with technologies. We have had forests capture and store carbon for us. They produce oxygen that we breathe. And some of the things that people are doing now, they are cutting down forests and saying, okay, we can capture carbon using such technologies. I think it's counterproductive. We need to look at these things at a holistic manner, a systemic manner, how the systems interact and interconnect. We don't need to go the way my friend Leonida was talking about techno fixes, when we have already solutions with us. The forest does that for us. It has not done enough, and that's why we are in a problem. I think we just need to shift. We need to stop living in denial and just shift to energy sources that are of the future, because ultimately,
Okay, thank you so much, Amos, for that insightful discussion. And kindly type in your questions in the chat. I can see already Evelyn Naikoba has written a question. I think because of time, I will answer this at the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Professor Vincent Onyera, for attending and opening the meeting. Thank you very much. I will therefore then ask some of these questions at the end of the discussion. So I would like to hand over to Engineer Opere Akomo to answer the question of transportation, to give us a presentation of transportation. So I will ask Evelyn's question as well as Samuel Mwangi's observations as well and his questions, and Amos will answer that. So Engineer Joel Opere Nyarora is the Deputy Director in Motor Vehicle Inspection, and this is in National Transport and Safety Authority. So I'll give him this opportunity to also present, because I know there is a tie-in, there's a link between transportation and energy, so that then we can handle and tackle the questions together. So Engineer Opere, kindly take the floor.
Thank you. You can project it, Patricia. Thank you so much, everyone, and greet you all. Good afternoon. As has been said, I'm Engineer Opere Nyaroya. I'm the Deputy Director in charge of Motor Vehicle Inspection with the National Transport and Safety Authority, Kenya. I'm also a student of Climate Change and Adaptation, PhD at the University of Nairobi. So can continue, Madam. Thank you so much. My presentation will be highly biased towards transport, the role of transport, infrastructural development and policies which are put in place in relation to the climate change. I think the introduction part is majorly on the general climate change, which is a global phenomenon, which even if not only a regional, it is a global one, and the effects can be felt all over. Even if you're not the cause, you still suffer at the expense of others who have been the victims. That is why, like one of the presenters had said before, that an action, if it is forestry in Kenya, doing that, the same to other countries, Uganda, it will have effect. So if you carry out deforestation here in Kenya, the bearer of the burden may not only be here in Kenya, but somewhere else. Next. So you realize that because of this interdependence, the effect of climate change cannot be enumerated much more, but we've seen its effect both locally, regionally, and internationally. Just weeks ago, there's been effect of flooding in Pakistan, some parts of India, and Southern Asia. Because of that, even here in Kenya right now, there is a lot of drought, rising temperatures, rainfall, irregular rainfall, the rise of sea level, such kind of things are a true testament of climate change effect. Thank you. Let's move. And so you realize that because of this, there is a lot of relation, like the presenter who has just presented before me, enumerated much more on the role of energy. And you see, without energy, you cannot move the world. Even if whatever you want to do, we cannot do, because energy moves the world. Of course, we usually say, as engineers, we usually say that engineers move the world. But truly, yeah, energy is the one which moves the world per se, because when, like now, when there was a hike in fuel cost, every other thing has risen. Every other thing, even the price of a bottle of water has gone up, because directly and indirectly, energy moves things. So that one means that transport is not left behind. Actually, the greatest consumer of energy, or what we call the fossil fuel, is transport. And so there is a very big correlation between transport and climate change, because we are the biggest consumers. The industries will use black oil, but the vehicles on our roads, from the National Transport and Safety Authority, the data as at now of the vehicles on our Kenyan roads, we have around 5 million vehicles, which that's what I would say, because we have 3.2 million vehicles, and then we have 2.6 motorcycles. And all this, the percentage of electric driven cars or hybrid driven cars is very minimal. It's not, it's just 0.00 something. So you can see that all those motorized means of transport are using fuel, majorly that is fossil fuel. That means transportation and climate change cannot be disengaged. Let's move. So during the COP26, Kenya was among the member states that sealed the Paris Agreement with a goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees by 2030. From then, Kenya has been moving through many ways. I would say through the United Nations Framework on Climate Change. Kenya, through various agencies coordinated under the Ministry of Environment, has been also on the limelight to ensure that we do our part, honest part, in achieving this. Transportation being one of them, from where I come. Okay, next. So in Kenya, you realize that transportation alone accounts for 13% of carbon emissions, which is equivalent to 10.1 million metric tons of carbon emissions. That was according to the Ministry of Transport research, baseline research of 2015. I'm sure it has now increased, but now you taking it even as that 13%, that one leaves also a greater percentage, but I'm sure now the data would be even higher right now, because every year the influx, the number of vehicles which are registered, averagely we register 17,000 to 20,000 vehicles per month. So if you multiply that one by 12, you'll find that it is nearly 200,000 vehicles and so you can see the number of vehicles which come into the country, and majority of these are fossil fuel driven. So that one gives us a picture. Out of this 13%, 80% of it, actually around 85% of it, is from road transport. Because when you talk of transport, we mean road, rail, marine, and air. But out of that, the road transport accounts for around 85%, leaving a paltry 15 to 20% to rail, to marine, and also to air. Next. So what therefore, when we are talking of the role of transport, infrastructural development and policies, which in relation to climate change, I would say that the policies on road transport, therefore, are very key in mitigation and combating the climate change, more so from contributory factors from the road subsector. Of course, from the Paris Agreement, achieving net zero by 2100, thing. But now, there are a lot of climate change related issues. Now, from transport, they move on every day. There's a movement, there is an attempt to have what we call smart cities. Even those smart cities, what makes them smarter is the quality of life, efficient transportation, and the like. Next. So, transport plays a very big role in the transformation of people's lives. Poor rural roads means that, so you realize that since transportation means a lot in the quality of life or the quality of living of people's lives, the rural areas or whether the urban areas, transport therefore is very key. That is why in poor rural areas, poor roads means that when floods occur, farmers cannot get their goods to urban markets, which therefore also impacts other sectors of life, prices, and then it also affects other aspects. So you see how energy, food production, transport are all intertwined and all summing up in the climate change. Therefore, it means a lack of affordable public transport options in developing countries' cities means that lower income residents tend to cluster in neighborhoods more exposed to recurrent and extreme weather conditions. Next. Now, this effects of climate change are not only limited to transport, it also covers agricultural production. It covers, like I mentioned before, in 2010, there was massive flooding in Pakistan, but even right now. So there is drought, which we have also around, even in the Horn of Africa, our region included, true testament of the effects of climate change. I want to move now specifically to the policy transport sector per se. Next. Now, you realize that what is the role of transport or transportation, infrastructural development and policies in climate change? One, improving transport or transportation has long been a development priority. Better connectivity can improve access to finance, that is making banks more accessible, health, and places of employment. This in turn helps people to cope with the environmental and climate changes. Now, the positive impact of transport on climate change agenda is very key. Why? It will link, it brings that linkage. It brings that linkage. When we have better transportation means when there are relevant problems and disasters, evacuations become easier. But you realize that to make life easier, we are compelled to, we have to exploit the natural resources. The challenge is because you will have to drive vehicles from one place to another because people want convenience, people want efficiency, people want a better life. But this better life can only be achieved with efficient, safe, reliable transport, power, food security, all this. For you to have efficient, safe, reliable transport, either you have to burn fossil fuel. So it is therefore inevitable as death that we must have proper policies. We must have proper intentioned policies, regulations, standards, which will guide transport, whether it is rail, whether it is maritime, whether it is air, or whether it is road, especially on the method or the types of vehicles which we use. We must have proper standards, regulations, acts of parliament, which will guide this, especially on cleaner fuels, reliable, cheaper fuels, which will still help to achieve the ultimate objective of quality life, but also minimal effect to the environment. Next. So, because this is the greater desire to make the life better, that is the overall aim, which is driving safer cities, smart cities. They are smart because life has been made convenient. Next, just move, given a lot of explanations on that. Now, this therefore necessitates a holistic approach in our transport models. Transport models in terms of the fuels we are going to use, the type of vehicles we are going to use. It therefore necessitates proper planning, a holistic planning of our cities, and more so investment in the transport sector. I must say that for the economy to move, transport must be on. For transport to be on, we must have, it must be fueled. So the policies now must therefore address these pertinent issues. Which kind of fuels are we going to use? Which kind of vehicles are we going to use? If we have to continue creating jobs, building our economy, but building them at what cost? That is now the question, because it has been said, of course, there were commitments which were made in the COP26 Paris Agreement, elimination of coal, but you realize that it is the call is to eliminate them, but people still want quality of life. But we ask ourselves as developing nations, so where are we? Are we going to achieve this? We eliminate the use of fossil fuels like coal and all that, and still continue building our economy like the developed countries? That's now the question which has to be addressed, and which we confront to make our lives better in a way which is not going to compromise our environment. Next. Now, if I come as a country now, as somebody from the transport sector, what is what is being done in order to achieve the overall, confront this 13% contribution from the transport sector on climate emissions and all that? Kenya has made a lot of strides. Just but to mention a few, there is the National Climate Change Action Plan, which had got time frame and which was put in place to help drive the agenda of climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is from all different ministries have got, they understand what their contribution is. From the transport sector, we've known that from our contribution, from the transport contribution to these emissions, which are injurious to our ozone and all that, road subsector plays a very great role. So there have been a lot of policy shifts and attempts, deliberate moves to address and confront these emissions, more so from vehicular and road transport, and also other sectors of transportation, e.g. air, maritime, and rail. Now, for instance, as part of that, Kenya, from the Ministry of Transport, for instance, has adopted, is moving from the policy to move to rapid transit systems. Why is that so? It is because we realize that, like I had said before, we have around 4.6, like I said, 3.2 or 4.8, that is. And these ones majorly are using fossil fuels. So the country is moving to rapid transit systems, which are safe, reliable, and efficient, because all these vehicles were on the road, they pollute. Now, if you take one BRT, bus rapid transport, assuming it is carrying 106 passengers, that one, if you now, assuming somebody is driving his saloon vehicle to work, his wife is also driving another one to work, and in the vehicle there are only one person or two, you can imagine the equivalent of how many small vehicles will be equivalent to that one BRT bus. It will be, you shall have saved many vehicles from using the road when people decide to travel through these mass transport systems like the BRTs. The country has marked like the Nairobi metropolitan area, Namata, with 5 corridors where the BRT will take a road, part of it, to KNH, JKIA up to James Gichuru, Dandora, to KNH. We have 5 corridors from Bomas all the way to Ruiru. We have those 5 corridors. That is one of the policy shifts and attempts to address confront this climate change or emissions emanating from vehicles so that we can shift to this rapid transport. In some of these corridors, for instance, in corridor number 3, that is the line from Dandora, Juja Road, KNH, it is envisaged that on that corridor, only electric buses will be used. That one will reduce emissions, and first of all, the bus will not be using the fossil fuel, using electric, it will be electric vehicle. Through that, it will help to reduce emissions. You remember that Kenya is encouraging the use of electric cars and electric bikes. Through that shift, it is encouraging people to migrate from fossil fuels. Through that, we intend, or the country intends, to reduce emissions from vehicles. We have the expressway. The expressway is also a contributory factor towards confronting emissions. Why? On the expressway, because there is minimal time wastage, so unlike when there is traffic, other roads with a lot of traffic, there's a lot of pollution because of idling. But in the the expressway, that is not there. But the lower roads under the expressway is also to be made, to be repaired to enhance quicker motion so that there are no time wastages and a lot of emissions due to idling. Now, you remember that Kenya committed that by 2030, at least 5% of the vehicles being registered in this country will be electric. Kenya is already on that. We gave that commitment at COP26, and Kenya is still on that. Kenya has also developed the transport integrated policy, which is encouraging the shift to electric vehicles, hybrid cars. In addition to that, we also have the national automotive policy, which is being worked and is encouraging also a shift to EVs or other sources of energy like hybrid, which means it can use gas, which is a little bit better, of course, than the petrol or diesel per se, but is encouraging that shift. Another point which I would say is that there is a draft policy on green physical incentive policy to encourage people to invest in the green technology. Last week, I attended another meeting by the Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, particularly on the issues of electric vehicles, electric motorcycles, and petitioning the government to lower taxes on electric vehicles, motorcycles, to encourage many people to move that direction as a way to combat and confront issues of emission. Next. This, I would say that through this, even from the engineering perspective, from the transport perspective, the country is now also moving towards the design and construction of resilient infrastructure. The resilient infrastructure, resilient to mean that when there is a shock in an environment because of the actions, because of climate change, our infrastructure can still survive, be it in road designs, construction industry, that is housing. There is a shift, a deliberate shift also the government is encouraging the design and infrastructure of roads, other physical infrastructure to be climate change resilient so that it can be able to cope up with floods. They can be able to cope up with droughts, other extreme ends of weather because of climate change. So this is now very key, even in the design, constructions of roads, buildings, and all other mega infrastructure, that our constructions and infrastructure must now be climate change resilient. As much as they will be energy efficient, they must also be climatically be resilient to cope up with the shocks which can emanate from such changes. This is in the road construction and also other mega constructions. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to summarize the summary by saying infrastructural decisions taken today are largely irreversible and will shape the city's urban form for the next century and beyond. While transport infrastructure is undoubtedly expensive, sound planning upfront is far less expensive than retrofitting a carbon-intensive city with cleaner transport options. So transportation is very key in our planning There is even a revision now, which is a task force dealing with the design manuals of our constructions going on. And one of the key components there is the climate change resilience component. So this is very key, even in the long run. Results of good infrastructure includes, are not limited to fewer cars with less congestion and accidents, high economic efficiency and productivity, and lower vulnerability to disasters. As a person from the road subsector, the road safety, I'm very keen on this, and I would say that climate change must be incorporated in all our plannings on our transportation plannings right now, and even our smarter cities. And it is better to invest in technologies which are going to encourage less emissions, which are going to be less injurious to the environment. Because through that, it's also going to ease the burden on the general population, because vehicular emissions, what comes from the emissions, PM10, PM2.5, are injurious to our health. If we can move and shift from the fossil fuel usage, it is going also to lessen burden on our health budget. Given the patterns and trends in transportation and infrastructure in most cities, there is little doubt about the potential impact of global impact change effects on public service. As a society, we need to adopt both an adaptive mode that aims to reduce exposures, as well as preventive approach that targets sources of global climate change that are within our control. And that means the two strategies, that means we cannot afford to neglect transport as a core element on this. Next, but not least. Finally, I would say that we all have a duty and we all have a role to play. There is an African proverb which says, if you think you are too small to make a difference, then you have not spent a night with a mosquito. And so, as we converge here to shape our thought as Africans, I would encourage that none of us, we are not too small to make a difference, as the African proverb says, that all of us, when we put our mind together, reshape the narrative from all the subsectors, we are able to make a difference. The country is doing what it can, but I'm sure, what I would say, we need to do a lot to move, to confront these challenges in all the subsectors, including transport subsector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Opera. That was a very interesting presentation. I think that which caught my eye was when you talked about the green physical incentive policy. The green physical incentive policy that seeks to reduce cost of taxation of electric vehicles, as well as other than electric vehicles, we talked about electric motorcycles. My question is, would there be other incentives that would be put in place other than when it comes to the reduction of taxes? Because we've looked at we talked about the expansion of the expressway, and then we have ongoing expansion of various roads, which at the end will obviously increase the amount of carbon emissions by various modes of means of transport. Would there be other incentives that would be there to ensure that we reach our target by the year 2030?
Thank you so much, Madam, on that. In the transportation subsector, the greatest incentive, which I know is now going on, and the Treasury is being admonished to do this. One major one is on taxes, so that a lot of taxes be removed to to encourage many people to allow a shift to the electric vehicles, which will help so that people will move from the fossil fuel driven. But another thing which I know is that even as engineers, because I know, because I'm also in a committee of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya, in the automotive policy, I know there is also the advocacy to ensure that we shift also technologically, so that that's why we have a standard, the standards. We had a standard on KS 1515 2019, which is trying also from the standard perspective that tries to ensure that the vehicles being imported now in the country should be of particular technology, that all the vehicles coming should conform even to Euro 4, actually that is what is in the standard, should conform to Euro 4 level of emission. Of course, in the emissions, there are various categories, Euro 1, Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 4, Euro 5, Euro 6, and all that. So there is also that advocacy and campaign, and that has been captured in the standard KS 1515 2019 to move technologically also necessitate that vehicles coming into this country are technologically sound so that they meet a higher threshold of emissions. Actually, it specifies that Euro 4, it was meant to have started in July 1st, last year, but I think there was a ministerial directive which pushed it to next year. So there is also attempt on technology, apart from even from the roads, I'm sure even from other sources of emission, be they mobile, be they static, there is also that encouragement to move to proper higher technologies like the usage of catalytic converters in vehicles. So the standard is also now pushing the market of people to higher technologies, which will help in the reduction of emissions. So that is also one thing which is going on. Apart from the incentives and the taxes, there is also the move on technology through standards, through regulations, all that are also being put. The standards has now incorporated the use of hybrids, the use of EVs. So formerly, those ones were not there in the standard, so there was no guidance. So that's another thing I would say is also being done, deliberate effort to shift people to cleaner modes of transportation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There are two questions here. There's one which I will address to Amos. And then the second one, I think Engineer Opera can answer it. The first one to Amos is, this is by Evelyn, about striking the balance between renewable energy and old age use of fossil fuels, that the forms of renewable energy such as solar, wind, hydropower, each use minerals in making of solar panels, wind turbines, transmission lines, and so forth. And yet fossil fuels are critical element used in mining. Wouldn't this mean putting an end to the use of fossil fuels? Wouldn't this mean that putting an end to use of fossil fuels would equally hold renewable energy use? That's for you, Amos. Then for engineer, there is a question as well as observation by Samuel Mwangi. I think probably this I'll direct to you. That you mentioned that Amos had mentioned that the world is moving away from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. One observation that disturbs in Kenya is that they keep seeing petrol service stations sprouting everywhere. For example, like at the 42-kilometer stretch from Nairobi to Thika. So there are so many pumping stations. So does that mean that the world is moving, well, Kenya is taking a regressive step towards encouraging use of regressive steps towards encouraging the use of renewable energies? What is the government, what is it not doing, for example, on that when it comes to staying and expanding the use of fossil fuels? And then after you answer that, I can see Solomon has a question as well. So Solomon, you can also ask your question so that we get a collective response.
Thanks a lot. So I just have just one question. Well, I just heard from President William Ruto at his inauguration, and I think I've also heard it in your presentation on energy, that Kenya is looking at fully going electric by 2030. Is that overly being optimistic? I mean, is that possible, really? That Kenya can go fully electric by 2030? I'm speaking this on information that there's a lot of infrastructure that is required for the country to go fully electric, including installation of rechargeable points, charging points at different streets. It's too much investment. I mean, countries like Norway that have set this target are far away from, for example, where Kenya is. In fact, Norway has removed all taxes on electric cars. If you've been to Oslo, you know that Tesla is one of the biggest selling brands there. I know, for example, that the Norway Parliament has passed a big budget to install and invest in infrastructure to support the country to go fully electric. Joe Biden, a couple of months ago, too, passed a huge budget to install infrastructure for the US to go fully electric. And they've moved and they've set their targets, and most of those targets are also by 2030. Germany, for example, is another one that has set its target by 2030. Are you optimistic that Kenya can achieve this target to go fully electric by 2030? Or should we just, hope against hope? Thanks.
Yeah, I think I can come in, Patricia. Yes, to begin with Solomon's question about Kenya going 100% electric. I think what the president meant was that Kenya aims at going 100% renewables in its electricity sector, not electric and not transport sector, it's electricity sector. Currently, Kenya is at 92% renewables, and the electricity sector in Kenya is powered by renewables, mostly 92%. So the thing is just to develop a few other projects and bring them on the national grid, and we are on 100. So we are not very far from 100% renewables on our electricity sector. But I think that should extend to other sectors, like Engineer Pere has mentioned. There are also plans for the transport sector to go electric. I think that is a good move that Kenya is doing, and I hope that the Kenyan leadership will continue to do that. But as we speak of that, there are still so many Kenyans who do not have access to electricity, 25% of Kenyans. That's a big population. And that's where renewables come in with decentralized energy systems. We can have those small systems within communities that can help those that are very far off from the central grid that we are aiming to have 100% by 2030, also benefit by having those access to energy through decentralized energy systems. I like the question about mining critical minerals for the production of equipments for solar development on the continent, and how the mining industry is still reliant on fossil fuels. I think when I listen to conversations about green hydrogen production, one thing I fail to hear is that Africa is developing green hydrogen for its industrial sectors. And one of the sectors that we can develop green hydrogen economy for is mining industry. That we generate green hydrogen that can be used in mining of these critical minerals for the production of equipment that will facilitate the transition. The problem is, and what I've mentioned is that we are not looking inside. We always look outside. If you look at even our mining industry, who owns it? We need to start looking inside. And that's why these conversations are very important. that we need to come together, develop a model that benefits Africans, that local communities have stakes in the mining industry. Local communities have stakes in the energy sector that is powering that mining industry. So that when we are talking about generating renewables for production of green hydrogen that will be used for mining, that our communities are not just working in mining industry as watchmen or low-skilled workers, but they also have a stake in these companies that are doing the mining, that are developing the technology, and institutions like Kenyatta University could be hubs or centers of excellence where these technologies are tested and we produce them. Technologies that are context specific for Africa. And as we produce them, we can collaborate, of course. International cooperation is very important. Collaboration is very important. But we can collaborate with other institutions that are developing these technologies, with centers within Kenyatta University, so that Kenyans or Africans have this required skills to be able even to operate these technologies, to operate these equipments when we finally roll them out. I think this requires strategic thinking. This requires bringing together various actors to be able to systemically think through issues of capacity building, issues of local ownership, issues of collaboration. And I think this is a good start. I hope we will sustain this kind of forum and this kind of collaboration and bring in even much more people so that we can, all of us, holistically think for Africa on how Africa can be able to overcome the challenge of climate crisis by not just reducing emissions, but building systems that serve Africans and, like Engineer Opera said, that are very resilient to any disturbances that might come along the way. Fast movers always have a disadvantage. And as we position ourselves as fast movers, we need also to ask our international partners to also move quite fast so that the technologies that we are developing, they become more affordable. You see the economics of scale. When everyone else now is embracing the technology, it becomes more, unlike when it's only Kenya that's looking at going renewable. That way it will be more expensive. But there are also costs that come with being fast movers. But the thing is, the advantages of being fast movers is that you develop systems for the future that you will not need to retrofit, like the engineer has said. After the world moves, we don't need now to start thinking of retrofitting to embrace the new technologies. We will already be in the future. And I think these are the things that we should be looking at.
Okay, thank you. I can come for the in for the question which was presented, and there is also another one here. That we are talking of going green, while in Kenya, for instance, the person, the question was, if you move along Thika Road, you'll find a lot of pump stations coming up. I wish you also travel along Nairobi Naivasha Road. You will count them, they're just bumper to bumper next to one another. The question is, the truth of the matter is, the world is going green, but we must also be realistic to our situation, that we may not all of a sudden discard all the vehicles we have and go 100% electric. Let me give you an example. In the NTSA, according to the Act, which we have, the Act of Parliament, the Traffic Act, there are some vehicles on our roads which should not be allowed to be used as PSVs. For instance, the Sientas, Proboxes, and the like. But do you know what? Sometimes I get amazed. When I even go to my rural home, some parts of the country, the only means of transport, my dear, which you will get, is your Probox. You may not get that shuttle. The last vehicle for the last mile is that Probox. You cannot close your eyes on such. That is the reality where we are. So the thing is, we have to be alive to these changes. We are going green, but we must also understand where we are so that we do not take steps which will also hurt us Give you another example. In countries like Japan, after around 4 or 5 years, somebody owning a vehicle 4 or 5 years, that vehicle can no longer be allowed on the road. Where either it is to be crashed, or what do? They sell it to us. When it reaches here, then you buy even a 6-year-old car. You praise God. You go to church and tell Pastor, God has blessed me. Pray for me. Consecrate this vessel of mine to be used on the road. But where it has come from, it can't manage. Here, we can still use it. The point is, even if you're using it, we need to domesticate standards. We have standards which, even when we're using them, it's within frameworks which are not going to be injurious to our setup. Even if you're using petrol stations, we need to have a roadmap, a shift in a way that is also not going to injure us. Today, if you go to Treasury, that can you remove this petrol totally? The first question they will ask you, how much are we going to lose? The revenue, because there are also other components. That's why even if you're talking of fuel prices going up, on the flip side, the Treasury is very happy because they know what they are getting is a fat one in terms of taxes. In a nutshell, what I'm saying, even as we are moving green, we have to be realistic to our situations, but we cannot also mark time. We must move, but in ways that are not going to be injurious to our systems, but we must move. Another suggestion I would put, it has been said over and over again that if Grand Hinga Dam on River Congo was exploited, it is said that it would power the entire continent. Why don't we think grand in such kind of things? But you also realize there are also geopolitics. Like somebody said, there are also mines. We are going green, yes, but for the component elements which have to be used on those green, those batteries and all that, how are they got? Some are being mined at the expense of the lives of our brothers and sisters in Congo and other places. So we must be realistic to all that. Lastly, somebody has asked a question here. Many roads in Kenya, especially urban and peri-urban ones, do not have adequate pedestrian, cyclist lanes. What is being done about it? It is true, I even read it on Monday. It was on the news, it was on the newspaper, that hawkers and street urchins have taken over streets in Nairobi. It was in the newspaper. And it was stated like Kenyatta Avenue, Kimathi Avenue. It was being said that they have taken, so they are putting their wares even in front of shops. Some of those roads have got well-defined pedestrian walkways, cyclist walkways. Ngong Road has got cyclist lanes. But it is true, you have asked what is being done. It is true, formerly our roads were being designed for vehicles, but not for people. That is why that was the truth. Roads were designed for vehicles. But time and again, it has been proved, people who walk by foot are more than those who go by vehicles. And the vehicle riders are not drivers, they're not the only road users. As in TSA, for instance, when we are talking of roads, we look at all the road users, starting from cows, goats, mkokoteni pullers, wheelbarrow pushers, all those pedestrians. So right now, if I come to question, what is it that is being done? One, the design manuals for roads is being revised. That is on. Two, the roads being constructed now in the country must encompass all those aspects of other road users, pedestrians, animal crossings, pedal cyclists, motorcyclists, all those roads now being designed must have those components of all road users. In NTS, for instance, in the Department of Motor Vehicle Inspection and Safety Audit, we have two departments in that directorate. I'm in charge of motor vehicle inspection. There is another colleague of mine in charge of road safety audit. What she does, she's a lady, before road agencies like KENHA, KORA, KERA, and even KWS, because those are the people who deal with build roads, they must present the road design to NTSA so that we check if all safety aspects have been incorporated. Where are the pedestrians going to cross? Is there a tunnel? Is there overpass? Such kind of things must be done. Audit has to be done at the design stage, during construction, and post-construction, so that if there was any omission, then remedial measures must be done. Lastly, our people must also change the mind, because we must have a shift in change of mind. Because even where the roads which have got these well-defined demarcations, people must change their minds so that walkers now do not own those pedestrian walkways. They do not now take the pedal cyclist lanes. We must also have a change mind shift so that we respect. If it is red, so you stop. We must also have a mind shift so that we honor and obey the rules. Thank you.
One last question on my end. First, going electrical on roads, was it, which agenda? Who frontiered it? Is it an African agenda or a European agenda? The other question is about on the quality of fossil fuels, because we know the quality of fossil fuels affects emissions. So what is the government doing to ensure that the quality of fossils have low carbon emissions? And I think this is something that cuts across all African countries.
Thank you, Madam. Whose agenda is it? This going green, whose agenda is it? Of course, there must be big players somewhere. there must be big players. So you see right now, we went even CBC. We are facing out 844. But there is now even a task force to look at it. Perhaps such kind of questions will come. People will say, it was not our agenda, it was somebody's agenda. Of course, it must be somebody's agenda. I may not conclusively say whether it was the global north agenda or south or middle, but what it is that the world is moving that direction. Whether it was not our agenda, but we cannot mark time. We must also be on a forward march. But we must be on a forward march in a sustainable manner, that we do not run so fast that we are. We cannot talk that we can be fully electric. There are infrastructure, charging infrastructure, disposal of those batteries when they wear out. How do we have those? KEBS, Kenya Bureau of Standards, has just put a lot of standards on electric vehicles and all that, but still a lot has to be put in place. So sometimes, like Martin Luther King said, that if you cannot fly, you run. If you cannot run, you walk. If you cannot walk, crawl. So long as you are headed towards the right direction. We may not fly like it is in Isaiah 40, that those who hope upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run but not grow weary. They shall walk but not faint. We may not fly, we may not run, we may not walk, but so long as we are crawling, we are on a motion towards the right direction, the better. And you talked of the quality. It is true, that is also another thing which is being done towards achieving, minimizing the impact of the climate change, especially on emissions, on the quality of the fuel. From 2015, the East Africa sub-region adopted PM50, that is on the fuel, our fuels, corresponds to ppm 50 formerly it was so much. So, the quality of fuel has been improved. That quality of fuel is better off in terms of, it has been refined much, if I put it like that. Just 3 weeks ago, I was in Rwanda for also the harmonization of the East African standard on air quality. And we are looking at all that. So that is a campaign which, through the support of UNEP, was achieved. Now the quality of fuel in this region was moved, because formerly we used to have very poor quality fuel, but now our fuel quality is better. And KEBS, through their market surveillance, also continues to go around, do a lot of surveillance to ensure that the quality is maintained. There is no adulteration and such kind of things. I think East Africa sub-region was way ahead even than the West African region. But there's a lot of push. That is why there is a push on technology also to conform to Euro 4, because you can also not talk of higher technology while the fuel you have is lower quality. But the quality of fuel we have in this region is better. You could imagine in 2015 when our cousin Obama, President Obama, came around, his beast was filled in Westlands. With that, when our cousin came, that one is a testament that the quality of fuel was not so bad. But as you have said, we can also move towards achievement of that through the improvement of the quality of fuel we use in this region. That is one part of the reason why KPRL, oil refineries, could not sustain, because of the quality which they could make, they could produce, would not be to higher standard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Engineer Opera, and thank you so much, Amos, for that informative and great discussion. There are more comments that are coming in. I think we will address them later. For now, I'd like to give this platform, and as you've seen, that we've invited people from different professionals, from different professions, rather, and to see how each and every area, we cannot work in isolation. Academia cannot, and research cannot work in isolation from all these other industries. We really need to come together. Right now, I'd like to invite Solomon. Solomon is the Executive Director of the African Institute for Investigative Journalism. He's also a celebrated broadcast investigative journalist with 12 years of experience. Mr. Solomon has worked in several newsrooms, including NBS, NTV, KTN, UBC. As an investigative journalist, has also been awarded the BBC Kumla Dumont Awards, forgive me if I've not pronounced it well, which are given to an outstanding journalist on the African continent. So Solomon, you're welcome.
Thanks a lot, Patricia. I'm really happy to be here. Greetings from Boston, Massachusetts. It's 9:40 here, so forgive my swollen eyes or something. It's just morning here. Good afternoon, East Africa. I'm really excited to be here. I did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation for two reasons. One, sometimes I've done it before and then people are reading as they are listening. So, I lose one of it. So either they are reading or listening. So I asked Patricia so that I can just speak. I have my talking points here. It's going to be more of conversational, really, and speaking about the role of the media in pushing for the African agenda around issues of climate change. And I know that a number of things have been already discussed. It's good to hear from our colleagues from Kenya. It's also good to hear from Collins from Uganda and Amos. I've learned so much as we go on. Hopefully I can also share a thing or two so that we can keep going. This morning I was looking at the carbon emissions, like CO2 emissions per capita in Africa for 2020, and I'm really surprised by the numbers and how we are actually the least emitting countries. I just wanted to share my screen briefly. Do I have the powers though? I don't know. Patricia, do I have the powers to share my, of course, okay, great.
Yes, you do.
Okay, host disabled, participants sharing screen. Let me see if I can share. I don't think I have the powers.
They've been enabled.
Ah, okay, let me just try again. Share. Yes, I'm just sharing this screen. I'm sure you guys can be able to look at it. So it's the CO2 emissions per capita in Africa, and that's by 2020. It's the earliest I can get. But you can see that you have South Africa, which is having about 7.6 metric tons there, followed by Libya, which is at 7.38, Equatorial Guinea, Seychelles, Algeria, Mauritius, Botswana, Tunisia, Egypt, Gabon, Morocco. And so I was trying to look for countries within East Africa. And of course, it goes down. And I think the first country in East Africa to surface was Kenya, which was at 0.3 metric tons. Then you go to Tanzania, which is about 0.18 metric tons. And then within the region, then Uganda is at 0.11 metric tons. Then that also same applies to South Sudan, 0.11. I think the least one is the Democratic Republic of Congo, which has the least emissions globally, I think, but also in Africa, which stands at 0.03%, 0.03 metric tons. These statistics are telling because normally we don't get into it directly. So I'm just going to stop sharing and maybe go back. How can I stop sharing? Okay, stop sharing. Yeah. So I just wanted to, it occurred to me when I was preparing this presentation, I'm like, whoa. So how come we're the least emitting countries, most affected, and yet, the West, which are the biggest emitters, continue to go away with it? That is pretty much of the way the media portrays this conversation. And I think that the media plays a critical role in directing the conversation of the climate change agenda in Africa, but also globally, to present Africa's image. But I will speak to a number of reasons why perhaps the climate change story or African narrative hasn't really come out strongly. What we are seeing is the West sends journalists to Africa to cover these stories and then go back and publish them in their international. You'll see them on the BBC, on CNN, on Washington Post. Just last week, I was the Washington Post sent a team of about 6 journalists to Uganda to cover the story around the EAPCO, which is the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, to really assess the dangers that are going on. And I was just thinking, and I was one of the people they were interviewing because I have been reporting strongly on EAPCO and leading conversations on the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. So I was thinking, so how come we have 6 journalists from out of Africa telling this story, and yet the Ugandan journalists haven't gone to the detail of demystifying some of the issues that are raised by the West regarding the EAPCO project? So it comes down to this. One, is the African media interested in covering the climate change story? I think that's very core. I have been in different newsrooms before where stories around climate change come up and they'll just, during the meeting. So the way the newsrooms work is that there is a morning meeting every day where tips are shared and then people are assigned stories to go out and do stories. Now, it's most likely that even when a climate change story comes up, they will rather give priority to political stories. I mean, there is parliament to cover. There is, police has a press conference. There is, the political opposition, political party or ruling party has a press conference. So we always are not so much interested in the climate change stories, right? And because there is this notion within the newsroom that climate change stories may not necessarily sell, right? And so normally they will not make it to the first segment or second segment. You know, they will come in as a small brief. So there is this thing in the newsroom that climate change stories are not selling, right? And therefore the passion and zeal to cover them to the detail, you know, is not there. It's not like, and that also comes through from the editors. They always want to say, okay, what sells? You know, Raila takes a swipe on Ruto. Do your job, stop talking. You know, that is leading, right? You know, President Museveni, you know, apologizes to the East African community for the tweeting general. Like, so we have what sells according to us in the newsroom. And so you're thinking of, okay, can I lead with Kenya to go fully electric by 2030? Will that sell to my audience? Or do I lead with Karamoja, the Karamoja climate crisis? You know, so first of all, the appetite from both the journalists and the editors to give priority to climate change stories has to change if Africa is going to tell and lead the conversation on climate change. There must be an appetite, there must be a zeal within the newsroom for these stories to make it on the front page or in the first top stories of the day. But also that comes with investment, right? Perhaps before I can speak about investment, there are few newsrooms within Africa who have a desk on environment, like an environment desk dedicated specifically to cover climate change and the environment, right? So normally what happens is that there is what we call in the newsroom, the general desk. Now, I used to sit on the general desk for such a long time. For people here who have been in the newsroom, perhaps may understand. So the general desk is today you're covering climate change. Tomorrow they send you to the front line. The next day they send you to cover press conference. The next day you're doing riots. So you're literally, they'll send you anywhere, right? And so you lose a grasp of that particular subject of reporting, right? So I believe that for journalists to be able to sell the African narrative on climate change, there must be a dedicated team of reporters and editors who are going to concentrate on covering climate change and understanding the nomenclature of climate change so that they can be able to take particular interests. I can give you an example. COP is coming. It's going to be in Egypt, right? But is Africa, you know, are the African newsrooms leading the conversation that COP is coming to Africa? And therefore, the reason for us to present our demands, you know, to this conference. What are we, if you look at today's dailies, for example, or if you did an assessment of last week's dailies, or even this whole month's dailies, how many stories have been covered on climate change, or even about the COP, which is coming to Africa? It's coming up in November, right? The COP is coming up in November in Egypt. Africa should start talking about these things now. They should start building conversations around our demands when we get there. We should start getting involved in the climate change story right now, because this time around COP is happening in Africa, in Egypt. So, but what we are not seeing in many of our dailies is that we have gotten quiet. And what is going to happen is that newsrooms are going to send reporters maybe 3-4 days to the conference, and all we will cover is so-and-so opened the conference, so-and-so said this, so-and-so said this, quote unquote, and then we reproduce it back to our home countries, reporting on the resolutions of COP, right? But if we were really passionate about this issue, we would already be starting to cover it. But that takes dedication, like I'd said. we need to be able to grow journalists who are going to be covering climate change and environmental crime or environmental issues. Training them so that they can understand the nomenclature of it, so that they can understand the data. A lot of this information is hidden in complicated words and detailed graphs and statistics that are thrown at journalists at these events. You give them these reports, a 55 or 100-page document. This is the report that we have given, and you throw it at us, without, you just say, you go and report. The interest is not there. But if there is someone who is dedicated at understanding issues of climate change and reading them and understanding them and knowing what's happening and immersing themselves in climate change alone, they can be able to report accurately and very strongly around the issues that are affecting us, right? So it is important for newsrooms across the continent to set up a desk that is dedicated to that, And that means that if you have an editor who can push for space to say, today you will not lead with Museveni, meets Raila. Today you will lead with inside the environment impact assessment report of Uganda's EAPCO project, I can tell you, and I think I'll really be talking more about the EAPCO report. A lot of the reporting has been on who said what where. The most recent was the European Parliament passing a resolution to stop, to asking the EU to put a lot of pressure on Kampala to stop the project, right? And that's what what the story was. The follow-up was Museveni hits back at EU, and that's during the recent Independence Day celebration when he was really angry with them and he hit back at them. So you find that the level of reporting stops at that, right? He attacked, he speaks back, but has someone actually gone to the core to examine the issues that have been raised by EAPCO and also examine the environment impacts assessment report that was presented for the Tilenga project, for the Kingfisher project, and for indeed the oil pipeline project, and broken it down to the tiniest detail to actually go and speak to say, look, these people got a contractor to do an environment impact assessment report. They presented this report to the National Environment Management Authority. The National Environment Management Authority reviewed the report. And I have also, as an investigative journalist, reviewed the report, looked at the different critical areas of the report, and I can be able to argue from that informed point of view that I can explain it with the tiniest detail and try to demystify some of the issues that are raised at global level. Have we seen that? No, right? So why haven't we seen that? Because there is perhaps people have not taken interest to really take a deep dive into the environment impact assessment report, read it, look at the issues that it raises. Are these issues going to be rectified? How are they going to be rectified? They're talking about using state-of-the-art technology. What is that technology? Did NEMA really look through the report and did it take a detailed analysis of the report, or they're just rubber stamping a project that has to go on? You know what I mean? Does NEMA have the expertise to get to the detail? Because these reports are published by the stakeholders, So how is it that you expect CNOC and Total to give you an environment impact assessment report that is against the project, And therefore, there is need for a deep dive into these conversations rather than just going up on the surface. But that requires a dedication. That requires a team that is well-groomed and trained in these issues so that they can be a voice of discernment and do what journalism is about. And that is speaking the truth after you've done an evaluation. So I am now going to take you into our world of journalism. So if we can work on the interest, we establish desks in the different newsrooms, specifically dedicated on reporting the climate change story, the African story, then we can be able to channel out these stories. But also, let's look at the investment in reporting on climate change, right? I have done so many stories on climate change. I'm going to give you a real life example. I was reporting on Uganda's refugee policy and how that feeds into climate change. I wrote a pitch to my editor, and it was just about 8 to 10 million to really go in bidi and do a story and come back and present it. Honestly, the editor was telling me, what is the return on investment, right? Why do I give you 10 million shillings from my budget to go and do a climate change story when that same money can help me run my newsroom, right, for a week? So there is need for investing in reporting on these issues, right? So, and when my story was blocked at that level, I reached out to Diaconia, which is an organization that, you know, that supported my story. And I went to Bidi refugee settlement, and I did a detailed story on really how Uganda's foreign policy on climate, on refugees was affecting climate change, because we are admitting all these people into Bidi refugee settlement, but we are not providing for them alternative sources of firewood. They have to eat, they have to cook. Before you tell them about climate change, they are thinking of survival, right? And so what did we see in Bidi? Trees cut, you know, they cut all the trees because they have to survive. And because they had cut and depleted all the trees, the neighboring community looked at it as an opportunity to supply the ever-increasing demand. So what did they do as well? They went into the neighboring woodlots, cleared them, and then started burning charcoal, supplying the people within the Bidi refugee settlement, because there was demand and there was market, and they would get extra money. So when you look at a Google Maps image and did about 10, 15 years ago, you'll find how Bidi is actually now, like, all the trees, most of the trees have been cut, and just government now has started the reforestation project of planting trees within the refugee settlement, and every project that is opening up within the refugee settlement has to come with at least planting trees, right? So it took investment for me to go to Bidi, and I spent 2 weeks, and I came back with a good story that won awards, that then, you know, started conversations around finding a balance between climate change and Uganda's refugee policy, right? So even us as Africans, we need to be interested in funding our own story, right? We don't have to wait for donors, for example, from Europe, to give me money to investigate IAPCO, right? Because when they give me their money, somehow my narrative is going to be in line with their narrative. And my objectivity is lost, right? They'll give you money, they say, look into this issue. What happens if you produce results which are not in their favor? You know, you get this grant to take a deep dive into the IAPCO project, and you're like, you know what, I've done this and this and this and this. This is what I have found. Oftentimes when we get, you know, this funding from all these different places, they don't never be fooled that people will give you money for free. There's always something behind it. They'll give you the money, but they're looking at the end goal, right? Which is in a way, you have to somewhat, if you're not very careful, do the story to fit that narrative. And so for me, Africa needs to learn to fund its stories, right? If there are philanthropists on the continent, they need to be able to give funding to that. Let me speak to the complications of covering climate change. Now, oftentimes climate change comes with a lot of hard work, including reading, including understanding the nomenclature, including data, including all these hard things, right? So people easily lose the they lose the interest of covering those things. Now, it requires people like you on this call to come out and break it down for us. You know what I mean? To put a human face to it, to say, look, Kenya is trying to do A, B, C, D, E, and this is how it fits into the climate change agenda. Uganda right now has started putting buses, electric buses on Kampala roads, you know, out of not just, you know, talking about the fact that we can now manufacture buses, but beyond that, what is the contribution of these buses to carbon emissions, right? We are now talking about Uganda's EAPCO project putting about, you know, 6.5 billion barrels of crude oil into the global markets. But what does that mean? You know, what does that mean, right? When Germany is actually reopening its coal plants, you know, we need to then start, you need to start helping us, showing us the way that, look, we have a challenge of, we have the development agenda versus the climate change agenda. How do we find that balance? Right now, as I speak, the UK, if you've lived in the UK, it's using coal to run its underground. If you've used the Central Line, the Piccadilly Line and all that, they are using coal. Germany the other day reopened its coal plant, about 3 coal plants following the crisis in Ukraine and Russia, the whole Russia war. They are reopening that. So these are the same people who are also coming out to say, you know, stop EAPCO. You know, so where is that? And until when you know, sometimes we need to hear from you people, the experts, to break it down for us, to say, hey, when you look at this and this and this is what it is, but this is how you put a face to it. I'm not going to go to my audience and I start throwing data and all these statistics to them. They'll find it boring. But if you give me some sort of direction and say, this is what this whole report means. It's 55 pages, but this is the summary of the report. This is why you should care. In journalism, we have this thing, why should the public care? Why should I care? You know, so if we fail to answer the why should I care question, then there's nothing we are telling our audience, right? So for me, I call upon you people to support the newsrooms. You are the experts here. Why don't you reach out to us? Why don't you share with us, you know, your findings? Why don't you call us for maybe conferences, like media conferences, where you help us break down these hard things into, you know, into simple food that we can also further break down to speak, you know, to disseminate to our audiences. For example, why isn't the West talking about Uganda having one of, you know, it is concentrating on renewable energy? I mean, we have come up with Karuma Dam, we have the Owen Falls Dam, we have all these dams that we are coming up with to produce our power. Why isn't the West talking about that? Kenya has said it's at 98% renewable energy. Why isn't the West talking about that, right? Because we have to sell our own story, right? No one is going to sell that story. It's us who are responsible to tell our story. And I come from this perspective that Africa needs to tell its story by Africans. You know what I mean? Like by we, the African journalists, to say, hey, we are here, we are telling our story. Please be mindful that Uganda produces literally almost 100% of its power through renewable sources. We have thermal power, we have hydropower, we have wind power, we have solar energy that we are starting with. Uganda has one of the biggest, you know, solar plants in East Africa, you know, and all these things that we are working on. Like, why aren't we seeing these things in our bulletins or in the global conversations? So I think that it is important that we invest in the newsrooms that we expect to tell these stories, right? We invest in the human resource, we invest in the money, we invest in getting these people to get interested in issues around climate change so that we can lead that narrative. Lastly, for me, is, why don't we hear those stories of Europe heavily emitting and they are not coming through to pay for their carbon print, right? If it's a climate change thing, then let's call for climate change accountability. Whoever pollutes more should be able to pay more, right? I've showed you Africa's carbon emissions. Maybe Africa should pay for that. But also the people who are heavily polluting should be able to pay for their carbon emissions. Maybe Africa should start writing those stories on the West. You know, maybe we African journalists should take interest in heavily reporting on the West, on China, on the US, on these heavy polluters, and we go with the headline in our dailies. America should be fully responsible for emissions. China should be held accountable. And invite, for example, the ambassador of China to explain why China is heavily emitting, right? Because now the pressure, Europe is turning the pressure to Africa. Imagine the European Parliament has the audacity of passing a resolution on IAPCO, and that same parliament has stayed quiet on some of the heavy emitters in Europe, right? And I think that for me, it is the role of the media in Africa to also name and shame the people who are causing, you know, this climate change, because we are the most affected. We are the most affected as a continent. You know, they are emitting, and yet their media is keeping it under the rugs because, well, we have to develop, we have to, you know, I mean, Europe is running on coal. You know, Europe is running on coal. Let's put it in black and white. Europe is running on coal. Look at our emissions in the region within Africa, within East Africa. I don't know if any of us are heavily relying on coal for our power, right? I don't know. I only know, for example, South Africa, which is running on coal. And I know that they are running on coal in Mpumalanga, in Johannesburg. There are these two power plants that are supporting the economy to grow. And I think that's the Kendro Power Station that is there, and the Duva Power Station that is there running on coal. Perhaps that's why it comes up, the South Africa comes top on that. But as I wind up this conversation, I think that the African media needs to speak to, can we actually push our development agenda, but also delicately manage our environment, right? I think that that's the conversation I would love to hear. How can we develop, but also minding our environment, right? And I stop with this, a statement that, you know, the former chairperson of the African Union, who of course made a statement at the launch of the African Union agenda, the Africa agenda, the Africa Development Agenda 2063, which was launched way back in 2013. And I think that was Zuma. And she said that, look, and allow me read it. It's like, what will enable the management of natural resources to promote sustainable development, and how does that fit into climate change should be Africa's focus as we look at the implementation of the African Union Development Agenda 2063. That's a question that we all need to be discussing. And I think that the media is right at the center of it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Solomon, for that. Thank you so much for articulating the challenge we have and the need to actually invest in media. I have a question around how to communicate these climate change stories to Africa. For instance, in Europe, the reason the public is interested in climate change subject seems to be that there is a fear factor in their media. They show them that there's a disaster happening, something's about to go wrong. They persuade their whole population that they're about to die because the globe is warming. And so the public believes it, and they respond in their parliaments and their activism to say, you know, we need some action, policies and laws against polluting. But now, if you use the same thing in Africa, to try to, you know, use a fear factor and tell people you're about to die because the globe is warming, because you know, there is a global warming, it seems unbelievable or even not interesting. Is there another angle that can be used to talk about the threat, either comically or that will make Africans interested in the subject of climate change? Because the consumer needs to be interested, first of all. And if they are not seeing, whether you talk about it, you say, you try to threaten them that the city is warming up, or even show them there's too much dust, they seem to be already used to the dust. So what would you advise on how to bring out, make the public, local content, public interested in what strategy would you recommend?
All right, maybe let me take that, Collins. So again, it goes to answering that question. Why should we care, right? Why should we care? It becomes increasingly difficult in Africa because people are hungry, people are broke. You know, I've told you about in the refugee settlements, people are looking for survival. WFP is giving them fortified food, but they have to cook it, right? So where do you expect them to get firewood? Are you giving them an alternative? They have, I mean, yes, they know about climate change, but they have to survive. So what do? I have to feed my children before you start telling me about climate change, right? But then the repercussions of it, right? So we have too many things to think about, like, you know, people will tell you, okay, you know, we're having all these issues. Is this what you want to tell us, right? But I think for me, the best way to tell the climate change story is putting a human face to it. Is putting a human face to it. What do I mean? You know the Karamoja story and the Turkana story, right? You know, going in there and telling this story and saying, look, guys, it's getting tough. It's getting terrible, right? We're seeing animals die. We are seeing people eating termites. It's the land is getting like bare. It's all because of what we are doing. To be honest, for me, people need to find that issue of why should we care? Like, why should we care? Someone wrote a story, I think in the East African, that very soon we'll have water as a commodity of trade, you know. It was a big piece. It really scared me that we will soon, water will be like oil if we do not pay attention to the climate change story, right? So for me, I think we need to reach out to people's hearts and not their brains. We need to get them understand that, look, we are in this state because we have done this and this. Most of the times they'll ask you, but because I've really tried to tell people about this issue and tell these stories of climate change, many of them will tell you, but what are we the most, you know, the worst people? Are we the polluters? Are we, you know, same things. They'll take you into debate. You're speaking because you can afford a meal, you know. You're speaking because, you know, you can, you know, you can feed your children. We are broke. We have to survive. You know, I have to cut this firewood to go and sell charcoal. Go to Otuke. I can give you a classic example. Go to Otuke, where we have the shea nut butter trees, right? Which, and by the way, in Otuke, they have passed bylaws to prevent shea nut trees from being cut for all reasons, including climate change. But what is happening? there's a big demand of charcoal in South Sudan. And so what do? They collaborate, cut the trees in the night, burn charcoal, and feed this demand to South Sudan. And along the way, they bribe the process. They bribe through officials, and they export these huge trucks of charcoal crossing into South Sudan from northern Uganda. Now you can imagine northern Uganda as it is. So the poverty that bites northern Uganda, the cartels that are operating there. I think the media should also pay attention to that to expose those cartels. And this is why investigative journalism will be very, very, very important here. So the problem we have with Uganda, or within the region and within Africa, we have so many problems to face. We have poverty problems that you will speak people in their eyes, stop cutting trees, stop doing this. They'll tell you, but I have to survive. I have to eat. I have to live, I have to, I have all these things. And then you're thinking, okay, so what do I do now? So it's difficult, but if we take it to, this is why you should care, you should care because Karamoja right now, because of this problem of water and pasture, we're having the Pokots fighting and people are killing themselves, because of they are largely cattle keepers. They look for water and pasture, and it has intensified the crisis. Climate change is at the center of the recent killings that happened in Karamoja. This is why we should care. But first of all, we need our governments to address some of those core things, right? It's a delicate balance in my view, but it's a story that needs to be told, right? I did a story for the BBC in Nairobi a couple of years back, about two years back. We flew in from London and spent 2 weeks in Nairobi. And we are talking about air pollution in Nairobi and how, Kenyans had come up with air pollution sensors that they have now given to communities to monitor air pollution in their communities and therefore use the data to take people to court. But what did I find? I went in one of these communities broke communities where there was a factory in the middle of a community, but that factory was employing people in there. And so you'd find people who say, you want the factory to be closed, where shall we survive from? But you have a factory in the middle of a population that is heavily emitting, and the statistics from the hospital within the community shows you that there are high respiratory tract infections in there, but the people who actually live within there are actually benefiting from working from within that place. So we have so many delicate balances to talk, it's a slippery conversation, but that conversation needs to happen. Collins, I don't know if I've tried answering your question, but the media needs to answer that question. Why should you care? Why should we care as Africans that, the temperatures are going up? I should care because if we have a prolonged drought, food is going to be scarce, inflation will go up, and the cost of food is going to be high, right? So it's answering that delicate question of why should you care, Collins? Why should you care about climate change? Why should someone sitting in Turkana care about climate change? Why should, Patricia seated in Nairobi in the comfort of her office care, right? Once it gets to that, then maybe we can try to direct the conversation.
Thank you so much, Solomon. Amos?
Yeah, mine is just a contribution to Solomon's submissions, and I think they're great submissions. One of the things I learned from Solomon is that the frame matters. The frame really matters, and Africa should learn to tell its own stories from its own perspective. And sometimes we should learn to ask the right questions as Africans as well. Because when we ask wrong questions, sometimes we get wrong answers. And that's very important. And I will allude to things like why Europe is still using fossil fuels and asking Africa to leave it in the ground. The thing is, whose interest is these systems being developed? The East Africa crude oil pipeline, in whose interest is it being developed? Is it in the interest of Ugandans, or is it in the interest of a few Ugandan elites who are working sometimes in cahoots with elite actors to push a certain agenda? Journalists have a responsibility to, especially investigative journalists, to get to the core of these things. And like I mentioned in my presentation, history must teach us something, that the people of Ogoni in the Niger Delta, in Nigeria, and when Solomon was showing us statistics about emissions, I thought Nigeria would be on the top. The reason Nigeria is not on the top is because the oil produced in Nigeria is not consumed in Nigeria. You realize South Africa is on the top because even in South Africa, energy access is close to 90%. Countries like Kenya, energy access is only 75%. The reason Africa is not emitting, people don't have access to energy. Even the energy we produce is not consumed here. We produce oil for Europe, and that's why Europe has much emissions. So if the oil being explored in Uganda was going to be consumed in Uganda, then that makes a case. But if oil is being produced in Uganda, displacing Ugandans, polluting Ugandan rivers, polluting Ugandan farms, where farmers will no longer be able to farm in peace, like people in Ogoni, in Niger Delta are facing, then that also should be interrogated. Kenya has been producing oil for the last 10 years. I don't think Kenya's production of oil in Turkana has really helped Kenya's cost of oil come down. Instead, it has been going up. The people in Turkana, where oil is produced, do not have access to energy. They are still in darkness. Schools cannot work, students cannot study at night because they do not even have enough funds to buy kerosene. So we should be asking the right questions. Europe is hypocritical, yes. They are protecting their own interests. Who's going to protect Africa's interests?
That's interesting. That's interesting. I hear you. I think that's why perhaps Europe is really angry about this EAPCO project, because you're adding about 6.5 billion barrels of crude oil on the global market. Because this oil is going to get out and get into, it's going to go and then it's refined and then put onto the global market. And I think what you're trying to argue is that if we had a refinery in the country built, that this oil could be refined and to supply the region with perhaps lower costs of petrol and diesel, and therefore power the economy, that would be more justified. I don't know if that's what you're trying to argue, but yeah, it was an interesting food for thought.
Thank you. Professor Ongonga and then also Professor Kumu.
Thank you, Patricia, for the opportunity, and everyone for participating. Really interesting conversations. Mine is just maybe to merge what Solomon has said and what Amos mentioned in the beginning. When we talk about communication or telling the stories, it's a really interesting thing, because the question is, what are we saying out there? And we have this observation that we need to tell our own stories, which is very important. But for me, I'll put it differently. I'd ask, what kind of stories are we telling? I say this because Amos mentioned in the beginning that I think he was mentioning something where he mentioned a holistic approach. So equally, the climate change requires this holistic approach. And I connect it to communication because the reason why, for instance, I'm very optimistic, but when it comes to, for instance, climate finance, now we are somehow happy because loss and damage has been included in the COP and it will be discussed. But personally, I don't think much will come out. There's not much to celebrate now and even after COP. The reason is very simple. When it comes to loss and damage, for instance, or even climate change finance, I attended a meeting last week on readiness for Africa, for NDS for African countries. And the question is always for them the challenge they have had, because most of the countries in Africa have not benefited from the global finance. And the question is simple. Can you attribute things that are happening to climate change? We have a drought, yes. How do you ascertain that it's a climate change? There has been a flood, yes. It has caused this loss. How much loss? So one of the things that we're lacking as an African continent, first of all, is the data that supports our stories. It's not just about going to a field and documenting one drought event. No one will finance you based on that one drought event. Because that's an incident, it's just a variability, it's not necessarily climate change. So there is a need for scientific data to support all this. There's a need for attribution studies to be done so that you associate any drought event or flood, for instance, that has happened to climate change. Then by the end of the day, you are telling the so people who are called polluters, this is the loss that you have caused. Can you pay for it? And like going out there in the name of activism and making, I don't want to use the word noise, it looks degrading, like just making claims. So that has been a case, although we brush it, but it's likely to happen. I was surprised last week that some of African countries have not benefited from the global finance, climate finance up to date. And some of the reasons were such. They say they are required to submit a data set of, I don't know how many of years, which some countries don't have. So the point is, we need that holistic approach when we're approaching climate change. And for instance, maybe this is a challenge to you, Patricia. In such a setup, let's start from the beginning. The scientific basis, where are we? What's happening? How has climate change changed in real sense? This is something that we overlook. Everyone is talking about climate change, but very few people know about what climate change is. Sorry to put it that way. So we start from there, and this is how vulnerable we are. This is the impact that it has caused. So by the end of the day, this is what we want you people to pay for it. And that's the story that's missing. And it's not just only on the finance aspect, even the general science. Someone mentioned IPCC. So if you look at IPCC, I actually expected this to come up a lot because I saw something to do with the dialogue and authorship, something of the sort. There are limited peer-reviewed studies over Africa because IPCC does not write it, so it carry out research. Instead, it relies on peer-reviewed research. So if you have limited peer-reviewed research over Africa, then it will rely on a few that are available. So we are still challenged in one way or the other. We still, I think, need to understand our problems, package them with evidence, then use the media and the fraternity and the activism and all means that we have to put our point across with some level of confidence for it to be taken seriously and acted upon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Professor Kungo.
Thank you, Patricia. Yeah, James Kungo. My background is in landscape restoration and climate change, and I'm a professor at Mamangina University College, which is a constituent college of Kenyatta University. Thank you, everybody, for the great contribution. And I fully agree with Victor that one of the biggest challenges that we are having as a continent is lack of information. And no wonder that is why, as Victor said, when you look at the percentage of Africans who are benefiting from the climate fund, we have a very small percentage. Why? One, because people don't know what they need to do. for the short time I have reasoned, you realize even with the participants, there is a big difference between people understanding what is climate change and what is climate variability. So if you're looking for money for climate variability, of course, you can be given because the money is for climate change. So the level of awareness amongst our people, I find it is quite low, and we have to start from where the problem is. The other thing I realize is that, we usually say that knowledge is power. And if you don't have the knowledge, then of course you don't have the power. Like now, we are going to have the COP in Egypt. And the most unfortunate thing is that if you look at the delegations from different countries in Africa who will be attending the COP in Egypt, you'll be surprised. Majority of those people, they don't have the knowledge as far as issues to do with climate change is concerned. Where are the professionals? I would like you, maybe when you attend, talk with delegations, whether it is from the US, from Europe, from Asia, and you'll be surprised. The people who will be sitting behind their ministers, you realize that these are professionals as far as issue of climate change is concerned. But for the delegation from Africa, who sit behind the cabinet, the ministers, you realize there are people who have very little knowledge as far as the issue for climate change is concerned. And therefore, even when it comes to the aspect of negotiations, because as I say, knowledge is power. They're not in a position to negotiate for what is good for Africa. Somebody was talking about our people. We can't tell our people to stop using firewood just because we want to have the issue of to solve the problem of climate change. But we need to tell our people what is the alternative. If it is cutting the trees, are we telling them that we can be able to do it in a sustainable manner? Are we telling them they can be able to plant trees that are fast growing and they can be able to use them as a source of firewood? So to me, I think one of the biggest problem and challenge we are having in this continent is even the people themselves who are at the forefront talking about the issue for climate change. And to me, there is need for these people to be empowered with knowledge. And then from there, we need awareness creation at the different levels. And immediately we have the awareness creation at the different levels, starting from the community, then people will be in a position to do the right thing. Otherwise, I think the discussion is quite a good one, but we need to do our own to look ourselves and ask ourselves, where did the rain start beating us? And you realize the rain started beating us when we decided not to have the right people negotiating for us. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you so much, Professor Kumu, for that insightful comment. And I think then it is a challenge for all of us because for academia, for the researchers, for the scientists, we need to come together and be at the forefront of this issue of climate change, presenting the facts. So right now, our last presenter, the last person who will be talking will be on climate finance. And this is at the end, this is Stephen, and he works for the Ministry of Education. So this is just the last one, which apologies that it's taken a bit longer than anticipated and communicated. However, where is finance coming in? Because everything comes in, and as has been said before by previous presenters, that we find various African countries are taking loans to fund these various targets that have been put in, mitigative and adaptive actions. And I don't think that's the way to go. So, Stephen?
Okay, thank you, Patricia. Afternoon, everyone.
afternoon.
Maybe Patricia, you can project for me, please. So my name is Mwangi. I work with the Ministry of Education. And our work is basically to mold young people to become better citizens of the country at all levels, from primary to university. And I believe that the Ministry of Education is very critical in the issues of climate change in terms of enlightening the young people about the climate change. We have a role in curriculum development for that. We also have a role, our universities, they do research on matters of climate change. We need scientific evidence in order to inform our policies. Okay, so I'm grateful that Kenyatta University has organized this great event in partnership with Leverage Africa. And I've listened to the presenters. It is very insightful. So I made a quick presentation, not very formal. It was a quick one, a brief one, to enrich this discussion on climate change. So next slide. The next one. Okay, my presentation is on financial independence. So I got some quick definition from Wikipedia on what financial independence is for us, just to have a general understanding of what it means. And financial independence is a status of having enough income or wealth sufficient to pay one's living expenses. So it is based mainly on individual level. So it means once somebody is financially independent, you are able to live without being employed and without depending on others. So it means that if Africa could have that level, then it would be good. So maybe we can go to the next slide. So yeah, I tried to borrow a model from somebody called Grant Sabatier, 7 levels of financial freedom. Sabatier is an author. He's also an investor in the media field. He has a company in the media sector on film production. And he came up with these levels, starting the level 1, which is a clarity. Try to understand where you are financially. That time you're still depending on others. This was based on basically on a individual level. You're depending on others in terms of financial support. You're trying to understand who you are, where are you, where do you want to go. The second level is about self-sufficiency. By that time you're earning a salary and you're able to cater for your daily needs. But this one is from a paycheck today to the other paycheck. You cannot save even a coin, but you're able to live by your earnings. You go to the other level is about the breathing room. You are having a salary, but you're able to save some small money, and you're still thinking about investing in other areas, like in some emergencies funds, like retirement funds, some insurance, life insurance. From there, you can go to the 4th level of stability. At that point, you have paid your debts, all your debts. Then you are able to have some emergency fund to serve you for 6 months in case of anything happening. In case you are dismissed from employment, you can survive for 6 months before you exhaust your savings. Flexibility, now you're at a higher level. You can be able to save for 2 years from your salary, so that you can comfortably take a year off your work and do something else. So the 6th level, which you are discussing today, the financial independence level, you are able to live off your income. So yes, you can simply live with you have made enough savings in terms of investments, in terms of maybe you have made some rental houses, you have invested in financial assets and other financial assets. They are able to sustain your life without touching a salary. So basically, you can even quit the job and continue living comfortably. And I think if Africa can have that level, can be very good, because some countries are in that level. They're able to save. They have those funds. They're able to even grant us loans and generate income from the investments. Then from there, maybe you can go to the highest level, the Capita level. Well, so this is where money is not an issue. At that level, you even become a philanthropist. You give out your money, like the Bill Gates and others, because money is not an issue to you. You're thinking about other issues. So the next slide. And maybe you can see now from that Sabatier's framework. It's similar. It's very close to the Maslow's law of needs, where the lowest needs basically the physiological needs, and the highest level is basically the self-actualization, whereby these are the issues you're through with them. So I also took some figures, quick figures about how financing of Africa countries is done for both the financing of both the recurrent development budget. And I got these figures saying that in 2019, the average debt to GDP ratio was 60%. So that was the debt stock, total debt. The other ratio which I got was tax revenues to GDP was merely 70%. So maybe then our tax revenue was about, I thought I had a figure somewhere, but it's quite low. Now tax revenue was about 6% on tax revenue. So making a total of about 23%, the total revenue from taxes and then non-taxes. So we find that we tend to be a bit stressed financially as a continent because of borrowing. So okay, we are at different levels of borrowing as a continent. Different countries have different levels of borrowing. I think, but in Kenya, I think we are about at this level, 60% now. Then we also see a trend that we are moving our debt from now the traditional sources. Those are the multilaterals and bilaterals, which give us soft loans to commercial loans. So we are moving to commercial loans. So it means our debt burden will be bigger because of the interest rates. Commercial loans have higher interest rates, and they also have some tougher conditions because they are commercial. Those people, they just want to make money, just like commercial bank loans. So it means with that trend, our debt sustainability will continue to be challenged by emerging risks and vulnerabilities such as pandemics. We remember very well what COVID-19 pandemic did to us. It crashed our economies. People are not employed. We had to have some schedule of debts by our traditional donors, providers. We also have disasters, which are also increasing. We have disasters which are climate disasters, climate-related disasters, and non-climate disasters. Like we have climate disasters becoming stronger every day in terms of they are becoming, the intensity is becoming higher, and also frequency, like floods and drought. Like in Kenya, we are having a very severe drought in most parts of the country. So the next slide. So we have other slide on the top 5 creditors for that period, 2015 to 2019. So we have, okay, the next one is about the state of climate pass in Africa. So according to our nationally determined contributions, we need at least 2.8 trillion US dollars. But for the period of 2020 to 2030, that's about 280 billion US dollars per year. Then we have the flows we got in Africa was only about $30 billion per year. That's the annual flows. Then when you compare that to to the money pledged by the rich nations, which is 100 billion shared across continents. I think we are still very far from achieving our climate goals through NDCs. So from this, we got about 49% of this climate finance for mitigation. Then the other one is 39% for adaptation, then 12% for the dual benefits of mitigation and adaptation. So you see that these climate funds are more biased towards mitigation. And I think in Africa, our problem is not mitigation. Our problem is adaptation, because we are not polluters. I think Africa contributes about 3% of the global greenhouse gases, 3%, around there. So we are not polluters. So I think we need to think about how to move more towards adaptation, because that's why our problem is. Like the severe drought in Kenya is now becoming an emergency, because it's also going to affect our development programs. We are going to reallocate funds from our programs to cater for those suffering the droughts. So this one, we say that the developed countries pledge 100 billion per year during the Copenhagen meeting 2009. But we find that by 2020, they had already given a pledge about 70 billion. 70, was it 70 billion or 7 billion? I need to confirm that figure. But it's supposed to be about 70 billion. We know that GCF also manages the African fund also. And also they also manage, but then you also have the GEF, they also manage the LCDF and the special climate funds. Next slide. So maybe the way forward, generally we should have our conversation revolving around reviewing our fiscal and financial policies to make them more responsive to our climate challenges. So the fiscal policy is about maybe our taxation policies in Kenya and other African countries, whereby maybe you can tax the industries or the polluters. You can tax them. You can give incentives to people who are compliant on climate issues. We also review our financial policies. And I think in Kenya we are trying to move ahead and came up with a number of issues. The central bank recognizing that climate change is a major risk to the banking sector. So the banks, they need to factor in the climate risk when they are giving you a loan, which is also reinforced over the insurance sector. Then also African countries need to review sector policies now to align them to climate action. So these sector policies include the agricultural policies, issues like industrial policies, so that we can maybe, as much as we can reduce emissions. Though emissions is not a big issue, but we should not continue investing in industries which are meeting these climate unfriendly gases. Yes. We also need to have our public financial management systems aligned to climate change. So this is why maybe come up with a budgeting, come up with budget codes, so that we can be able to track the climate funds, the issues of basically the whole aspect of financial management, like taxation issues, the issues of how we prioritize our projects, maybe prioritize projects which are more climate friendly. We give no priority to projects which are not climate friendly, so that we can phase out the emissions. The issues of financial system be aligned to climate change. This is the banking systems, whereby the banks will give you a loan at a higher cost or if your project is not climate friendly, or even sometimes they deny you loans if your project is not climate friendly. You have the higher insurance premiums in the insurance sector. We also have in the capital investments, capital markets. They finance. They support investments which are more climate friendly and shun those who are not climate friendly. So the other one is maybe the African countries to strengthen the regional climate funds. Like in Africa, we have the Africa Climate Change Funds, can be strengthened so that it can finance our projects. We can also even have regional funds like maybe the East Africa Community. They can come up with an East Africa Community change funds, climate change funds, also to add a source of finance to East Africa Community countries. Next slide. So African countries should also establish and strengthen national and subnational climate change funds. Like in Kenya, we have a climate change fund at national level, but it has not been operational because of some, I think, some issues, internal issues, maybe some challenges in the legal framework, the Climate Change Act of 2016. So that one has been there, but it has not even started. But again, in Kenya, we also have the climate change funds. A number of counties, they have established their county funds, and they are running and they are financing local projects. Like I know that there's a national project, the FLOCA, Financial Treasury. These county governments are really key to implementation of that project, because they are able to get some resources from the national government projects to the country level to try the county climate change systems, and also to the communities. They also need to build capacity in development of climate change project proposals, and also capacity on climate finance. I think these are big challenges, developing a funding proposal for climate change projects, both in mitigation and adaptation, but adaptation is the biggest challenge. We don't have capacity at the national government level, at the sub-nation level. We don't have capacity at even the state actors. The capacity is still very low, and also the communities. Last time I learned that in Kenya we have only 2 projects which have been developed through the two we call them what? We have the NEMA and KCB. Those accredited entities by ECF. The other projects, which are quite many, by projects which are through accredited agencies which are international, like UN bodies and such organizations. So we find that their priorities are not local.
Stephen, can you summarize? Can you summarize?
This slide, last slide.
Thank you.
So you also need to enhance mobilization of resources from private sector, e.g. through private partnerships. We can also get private equity financiers. We also have those individuals with a lot of money. Then also even the general public. The other area is we ensure mobilization of sustainable financial resources to find climate change projects. The next slide. Next slide, please. So thank you for listening. And that's the end of my brief presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Stephen, for that presentation on climate change. I'd like to bring in Evelyn Shilamba briefly. She is a director for the Pan-African Center for Namibia. She is a business executive who's worked in the public and private sectors, as well as non-governmental organizations, to chip in on the issue of climate finance as well.
Good morning and win today. God bless you, Patricia. It's a pleasure to be here. I will perhaps speak to your heart. You have listened to the technical people, the expertise have spoken. But when we listen to all this as children of the soil, we have to ask one thing. What is that we can do to make life better for us? We have heard about the issue of financing, yes, selling the stories, changing the narrative. Because I believe one thing that is coming out is the good governance. Are we saying that there is nothing that we can do as Africans to change what is happening? The issue of cutting down trees, and I was just reading about, why somebody mentioned that China was left out when the African Bank was doing whatever. But when you look at it, we call them our friends. But throughout Southern Africa, trucks are driving, carrying huge rosewood, big trees that have lived more than most of us who are here on our continent, on our soil, and have been cut down to create beautiful furniture, luxurious furniture that will be brought back to our continent, then we buy. So you ask the question, what am I doing that is not going to be good to me and to my children that are not yet born? Those are African children. Yes, we have the issue of hunger. Now we are allowing people to come in and they cut down our trees and our forests are gone. Then the flood become a danger to us because we are no longer able to contain the water somehow. And the drought even increase also because we are not able to attract the rain because we have cut down the trees. Now, those are the questions that we as Africans must ask ourselves in your own roles where you are. What is that you are doing with the ability, the competence that the people who put you there entrusted you? Government leaders, Professor was talking about those who will be going to the meeting that we are expecting to take decision. Are they going there to take decision in the best interest of Africa? Or are they simply politicians that want to be seen because it's election time, wherever that it may be? So the question we have to ask ourselves is the issue of good governance and integrity. The brother was talking about the trees being cut down because in the refugee camp, but that's not only the people that are cutting down the trees. The issue of building cities have make it that some of our forests have been cut down, but now we are making it worse. We are bringing in people who are simply cutting down the trees. And I'm talking about trees, and Professor talked about can we cut trees in a sustainable way? But the trees that are being cut down, being taken to China, they are being cut right at the root. There is no way that that tree will grow again. And this is the question that we have to ask ourselves. Are we not the one to be blamed? Because where would the China know where the forests are in Africa? Because they are under the chiefs, they are under government, they are under protected areas. The same way our wild animals are being killed for horns, skins, whatever you might call it. As Africans, we have to change the narrative. How do we change the narrative? We stop complaining about we lack this, because we have this. God have all given us that. The mind, the brain to think. And what do we say? No one can liberate ourselves or free our mind but ourselves. That's it. We have the ability to do something about our own situation. Within our own government budgets, Can we cut down on the luxurious vehicles and accommodations and put money aside to plant trees, fruit trees that will produce food, and that therefore curb the issue of food insecurity? Countries, Uganda has done it. They are producing vehicles that will run on electricity. Yes, it may be an issue when you talk about somebody in South Africa who are faced with shedding, that they do not have the security of electricity all day. Kenya is having electric vehicles running. So as Africans, we need to come together and share ideas on how best we can grow. Because one thing that is Africa, we are our worst enemies. Yes, because if I come in Kenya, everybody will know that I'm not a Kenyan, I'm from Namibia. But when a European come in there, everybody is welcoming them. Nobody's even asking, where is this Muzungu coming from? So the issue of Africa unite to build the Africa that we aspire must become practical. We are not the languages that we speak. We are not the political parties that we support. We are Africans first and foremost, and human beings created by God Almighty. So when we put our differences aside and put the pride aside, that is dividing us and that is destroying us, we will be able to share ideas for the good of Africa. That's why you see the European can have the audacity to sit in their parliament and make a decision to stop an African country to do something. Has there ever been any country in Africa, let alone the AU, take a decision to stop an European country or an American state not to implement or not to take any action? The truth is that it might take long, but the truth is also that nothing is impossible where there is a will. And we are the children of the sun. Yes, we have overcome greater challenges. You have seen it, the pandemic of COVID-19. So that shows you that Africa has the ability and the resilience because we have the sun. That's one thing. Those who cultivate and create diseases in their laboratory, hoping that it will kill Africa, they were not hoping that there will be anybody left in Africa. They were literally thinking that now we are going to take over. We do not need to colonize and to, we have done it in a strategic way. But here we are. We have lost some, yes, we did. But here we are. That is to show you that even the climate change that we are suffering, we as Africans have the power and the ability to do something within our own countries. Let's plant the trees. Let's stop cutting down our trees. Or let me put it bluntly, let's stop selling our countries, our continent. Because as I said, the Chinese would not come in here and go to the forest that even me do not know about. Because we regard our forest as sacred. The forest with trees older than our grandfathers and great-grandfathers who are gone already. So these are the issues that we need to educate ourselves and we need to put it at the forefront. The academics are there. They are the one advising the policymakers. So when we are talking Let's not be afraid of the people that we put there that do not know, because we voted them in power to lead us. But we should be guided by that which is our heart, the love for Africa, the love for our life, that we want to live a better life, and that we also would want our children and the generation yet unborn to live in an Africa that is safe, prosper, stable, and peaceful. The war that we allow to happen in Africa and then causing this instability that people have to live in refugee camps is what is causing the problem that we are facing with the flooding, because people did not have anywhere better to live because they have migrated to places that were not original theirs. And as such, governments are finding it difficult to put them in proper housing and proper accommodations and provide sanitations. So those are the things that we need to speak of. Do we love our brother? Because if we love our brother, there will be no hatred, because that is the rule that we are given. Love your brother as you love yourself. So we should embrace that oneness of Africa. As an African, first and foremost, we cannot continue talking about Kenya, Namibia, Angola, the borders that were created by our colonizers, and make it to become that, yes, now I'm a Kenya, therefore this is where I am, and this is who I am. Yet we are judging that, yeah, they did this, yet we want to keep that. And even to the point that it's dividing us, that we are willing to fight as neighbors. So, my brothers and sisters, it was a beautiful discussion. Climate change, we have seen the effects. The drought is real. And as you know, Namibia is sandwiched by 2 deserts. It's a hot, hot, hot country. And that's the reality. And it's getting hotter. We have faced one of the severest droughts in the past 2 years. Still, you have read many Namibians do not have food. And we are only 2.5 something. And we are not even making an effort like Kenya and Uganda, that has a huge populations, to come to the issue of introduce the cyclists that do not emit the danger that is causing us, that we are here today talking about climate change. Not even the electrical vehicles are here. So those are the things that we need to prioritize. Yes, we are talking about green hydrogen, but like the brother mentioned, is it to power Namibia? Is it to make sure that no Namibian is left out? That indeed, through that, what we call Harambe, we pull together all our efforts to develop our countries, our continent? Or is it simply to make money? Because we have had many of our resources, they are all owned by Total and Shell and all that when they come in. So the danger that Africa does not make enough money to become financial independence come from our lack of taking decisions or action that will benefit our countries, because that's why we continue to borrow at higher interest rates, when we can simply tax these people who come and take our resources out, then we are comfortable. We allow them to own everything. If we take anything, it's less than 20%, yet it's our resources. Then we allow them also to go free with no taxation. And these are the things that taxation is what builds a government. But instead of creating that opportunity for Africa to grow, we keep our own people in poverty by putting what you pay as you earn higher than anybody could ever afford. So we live in that vicious circle of poverty because you are the one financing the government in order to be able to provide roads, schools, and hospitals. Yet, it's just too little. What do our politicians do? Instead of investing it in the education, in the health sector, they buy themselves the expensive cars and they create good retirement packages for themselves. So those are the things that when you love, and this, I have spoken so much about it, say, the fear of any loving peace African should ask is that, how long will the haves continue to live comfortably? Because surely they are not living. Me and you who do not have, we are more at peace than those who have, because they will continue to look over their shoulder as to when will they come for me. Because the haves not will one day get so fed up because there's no way you can live next to your neighbor who does not have food. But you literally have plenty that we even throw down the drain, the garbage, and expect me to come and pick it up and say, oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Is there anything I can do for you for me to get that bread? And you are looking down at me like, please get away from me. So that kind of society, for those who are creating some of these challenges that we are facing because they think they can leave Earth and go live in Mars. But the truth is that God only gave men to dominate the earth. So we need to look after Mother Earth in order to take care of us and to live a happy life. And that goes to say, in our own little communities, in whatever that we are doing, let's encourage the planting of trees. Let us encourage the food production. No matter how little it is, it will make a difference than relying on shops. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. Thank you very much.
God bless you.
God bless you too. It was really wonderful having you on this. And thank you so much for that inspiring message at heart, which is really touching the heart level. We are out of time, so I'd like to summarize. I'll ask Patricia to summarize.
Okay, thank you everyone for attending. It has gone longer than we anticipated, but thank you so much. This is the first conference that we've had, and I believe we'll have many more that will be more interactive, and at least that we see that whatever it is that we have discussed, I can assure you it will not just end here. We'll see how we will escalate it to the policymakers and those who are, especially those who are going to COP27. At least I know some of those who are in the panel will be attending COP27 and they have had our views. And I can see there are good comments that have come through. That is by Evelyn Naikoba. This is, unfortunately, most of our presenters have left. This was to Solomon about the Russian-Ukraine crisis, as well as when it comes to fossil fuels. Also from Raphael Kweyu on geothermal power production. Also from Brenda Kajuju on when it comes to climate finance, about transparency and usage. Thank you so much. We've taken note of that and we'll also get in touch with them. I will drop in my email for anyone who is interested in getting the recording as well, or getting in touch with any of the presenters. I'm going to drop my email on the chat box. And thank you so much, Engineer Opera, for availing yourself, Evelyn, Shilamba, Stephen Mwangi, and everyone else who was here, who stayed with us from 2 o'clock. Imagine it's 6 o'clock right now. Thank you so much for everyone from Kenyatta University, professors, and as well academicians who are from different universities, as well as members of of parliament of different governments who've come from different countries as well. Thank you so much for attending. And I do hope that going forth, that we'll have greater cohesion between different industries and participants, both from the public and private sector. Thank you so much. And I'll hand it over to Collins.
Thank you. For everyone who has participated, who has been able to make it, we're really grateful. This being the beginning, it's been a challenge on getting participants, but we are so great, and as well as presenters. But we believe with your comments and contributions, we'll be able to improve for the next one. I also agree, we've received some requests requesting for another conference before the November COP conference. I think it's a good idea, and this time we'll try to get some of the key presenters and participants to be on this panel. We also find ways in which we can get expert reports before and share with those who are interested in attending. I believe if we do this much more often, we'll be able also to zero in on a few topics, a few presenters, as well as allow more engagement from the different participants. We look forward to continue working together and as well as to get more people from different African countries, because there've been just a few countries involved. So if you have any recommendations, please kindly share. This will help us in connecting with this. Thank you very much. God bless you. We look forward to engaging more. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you.